The Senpatore tells of a legendary hero who, after completing his mission, chooses to become an honorary student at the academy. Q hides his true identity, appearing only as an ordinary student. In the academy, he meets many young geniuses and participates in intense battles. Thanks to his experience and strength far beyond ordinary people, Q always causes a sensation whenever he takes action. The Senpatore is both humorous and thrilling, revolving around a legend disguised as a rookie in an ambitious environment. Join Academy Manhwa to follow Q's journey of pretending to be weak while being strong and the fascinating stories surrounding him. The crisis of humanity occurred 5,000 years ago. In the most desperate time, humanity was almost extinct. In that suffering, heroes rose to save humanity, to save the world from complete collapse. The four great heroes. The four faced difficulties together, including Enrolling, who had to face Beat, the origin of evil, the great elven mage, the poet of the stars, a dwarf with the best forging ability, the master dwarf smith, the divine smith, Duino, a brave beastman, the courageous beastman warrior Aaron. The last of the four great heroes, last but not least, is the dragon, the wise king. A giant dragon with outstretched wings and sharp claws capable of shattering anyone. And so history continued for thousands of years. Until 5,000 years ago. Rain poured down on the ground beneath where the brave knights sacrificed themselves. The hellish darkness plunged an entire land into mourning and smoke. There was still a small glimmer of hope. Q tried to heal the Dragon King's wounds. Do not say any more. But the Dragon King knew his own limits and struggled to say his last words to him. Take my dragon heart, and keep moving forward. He did not care how tattered he was. He just poured his heart into saving the Dragon King. I am saving you, so shut up. The wise king desperately urged him. No, 80's too late. Q brushed off the Dragon King's words. I can't concentrate on the healing spell, so do not. The Dragon King's next action shocked Q speechless. The Dragon King gave him his heart and asked, Q, do you remember the first time we met? Looking at the heart being offered in front of him, he could only stand there dumbfounded, unable to react. We will save the world. Q gritted his teeth and muttered, You stupid lizard. The Dragon King said his last words. I'm sorry. Then his eyes closed. For leaving everything to you. He reached and took the dragon heart, then mumbled the names of each person. Lizina's. Aaron. The heart touching Q's hand emitted a brilliant blue light. Duino. The dragon heart gradually dissolved into a gem in Q's hand. Luna. Thank you everyone for being with me. After obtaining the dragon heart, a burst of power exploded from within him. A whirlwind rose from his spot and pierced the sky. After the whirlwind dissipated, Q slowly appeared with a new power covering his entire body. Even if he stood facing his colossal enemy, my body turns to ashes. The giant monster's eyes emitted a red light and gradually moved towards Q. No matter the cost. His hands also firmly grasped his sword, rushing towards the monster while making a decision. I will. He swore to his fallen comrades, destroy your soul. Then charged into battle with the giant monster with all his determination. The hero of the beginning, Q. The two sides rushed at each other with unimaginable speed and power. Suddenly a light appeared along with the voice of a woman reading a book, the light in the sky. That night, when the sound, rumble, echoed, thanks to the sacrifice of the wise King Lysina, they drove away Beat, the origin of evil. The end. Then a man's voice rang, Oh, Reina, have not you read this book to him Vuva 100 times? She just smiled and slowly turned to a new page. But Lucko likes this book the most. Wanna see? He lay in the cradle staring at her. Cute Lulu. Mommy read to me the hero of the beginning again, from a long time ago. Reina laughed at his reaction. See, he likes AT. While Lu could only frown and clench his hands, making meaningless sounds. A bubu. Aliko vaguely thought about the light that occurred back then and wondered. Again, what happened 5,000 years ago? What does she mean? What happened? After defeating evil, Q raised his sword high into the sky where light was gradually appearing. The traces of corpses on the smoking battlefield were still in his mind. At this moment, Q. Nalyi was startled, unable to believe what had just happened. Time gradually passed and was recorded on each page. The familiar voice rang again every morning. Royal Academy. All right. Focus. The teacher stood on the podium looking at the students below and began to speak. Students, we are currently living in... The last 4 words were emphasized in particular. The Age of Heroes. He continued his lecture, 5,000 years since. At the same time, he also mentioned the processes that had occurred throughout that long history. During that time, the lower world has undergone many changes. Then he patted his chest and proudly introduced the academy to everyone, like the Delin Royal Academy, which was chosen as the venue for this year's Lumeron entrance exam. The more Lloyd spoke, the more excited he became. I believe that among you, there will be those who pass the exam and write my name on the heroes list, and to do. Amidst his words, studying hard is necessary, was the sound of El Luto slamming his head on the desk because he fell asleep. Thud. His indifferent attitude and behavior of falling asleep in class angered Lloyd. Because you act like you already know everything. He asked him, 5,000 years ago, what ritual do we need to perform to be called a hero? But Luckyu just calmly replied, you just need to be famous and everyone will naturally cheer for you. Hearing this, Lloyd held his forehead and sighed. Anyone want to answer instead? At that moment, a hand went up. A red-haired boy answered the question very fluently and clearly. In ancient times, there was no way to receive recognition from the gods. At the same time, he added to his answer, only through sacred rituals could heroes be chosen. Not only that, he also gave an example. Typical ritual among them is blood ritual. Lloyd was very satisfied with this answer. Excellent. At the same time, he did not hesitate to praise him. Truly the #1 magic genius of our kingdom, Gulliver Traden from the Traden family. While Lloyd continued to talk about the entrance exam, Leland just focused on reading his book inside. This year's Lumeron entrance exam is also very anticipated. He looked at the things in the book and wondered. Back then, meeting the gods was so easy. Why was there a need for sacred rituals? The heroes were honored with reverence, to honor the great heroes who faced Erebus. The gods in the heavens bestowed gifts upon them. The gods granted a miracle to the lower world. But seeing that history did not mention him made Love feel confused. But why am I considered non-existent? The forgotten one, the great hero Q has been reborn. While he was pondering about the past, everyone in the class was crowding noisily by the window. 80's here. Where? Look, that is the Jerlinger family's flag. A Gipira people with fiery momentum made everyone marvel. Whoa. The school announcement rang out inside the classroom. School, please gather immediately in the hall, because the Jerlinger family is visiting our school. Seeing him get up so quickly, Gulliver mocked. Look cool. Are you planning to go there to impress the Jerlinger family? If you do that, will they even notice you? But he just frowned and looked at Gulliver with a confused expression. I am going home. Then he turned around and left. I do not care about those things like you do. Embarrassed and angry, he said to Lovu. I do not care either. I just want to check on my rival Asila Jerlinger. After returning home, he began to train his physical strength himself. His whole body was sweating profusely, but he still held his sword tightly in his hand. He pushed open the door to the training room and pondered. Maybe a ties thanks to not neglecting physical training. Then he took his sword and left the training room. But this time my body is really much better. Rena's voice rang interrupting his thoughts. What are you thinking about? As soon as he looked up, he saw her holding his sword rushing towards him. Ella quickly took his sword and blocked the attack. After Rena jumped back to gain momentum, he answered her question. Oh no. He's just... But Rena just held her sword and provoked him. If you want to get into Lumeron, mediocre talent is not enough. After speaking, she raised her sword again and declared, this is the final test. Look cool. As fast as lightning, she was facing him. The sound of swords clashing was clear in the battle. Clang. The more Rena fought, the more excited she became. Should I hit you a little harder? After speaking, she struck a powerful blow and quickly retreated to defend. Love you asked her while panting. Are you training me a little too harshly? Rena did not answer but continued to swing her sword at him. She rushed towards Lukul like a gust of wind. So what are you talking about anyway? When unleashing her final move, Rena suddenly realized something. Oh! When the tip of the sword was about to touch Lo's face, she suddenly changed its direction to the side, only cutting off a little of his hair. Lella quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the sword coming towards him. In just a moment, he had taken his sword and knocked hers away. Are you okay, Mom? Rena looked at her son, surprised to the point of speechlessness. How leap is this child's talent anyway? After getting up, she asked him again. Look cool. Are you still determined to enter Lumeron? The place she mentioned was a prestigious school. Lumeron Academy, the Human Hero Academy. This place is one of the places that still preserves the traces of the 4 heroes before, is one of the 4 hero academies of the 4 races that maintain the hero ranking. He was excited to know that he could recall the past, a place where his memories were likely to be recorded. Rena told him about the visit they would have. People from the Jerlinger family have come to Delan, and will be staying at our mansion. Although she did not like Atai either, she had to accept At. Yes. Although I do not like Adi very much, but I will ask Vice Family Head Jiz Jerlinger for help. After speaking, Rena leaned down and stroked Ulko's head. At that time, you will be strong enough to take the Lumeron exam next year. Lukyu looked at her and sighed, already making his own plans in his heart. But Mom. At this time, the outside of the mansion had been cleaned and cared for to prepare for the arrival of guests. The person inside the carriage wondered, why do we have to ask for help like this? That person got out of the carriage and prepared to enter the mansion. Why not rent? Lai just got out of the car and looked around the mansion. She looked at her luggage and grumbled in her heart. I just want to focus on the Lumeron entrance exam. But why do I have to go to such a small family? Jiz looked at his granddaughter's pouting appearance and asked her, that person who said he does not care about the Jerlinger family. Look cool. Are not you curious? But Cecilia just smoothed her hair and said bluntly, if I tease someone who signs up for the night department but does not know how to use aura, would not there be nothing noteworthy? Then the 2 of them went to greet the head of the family and the lady. Rena also politely greeted them. Welcome. Jiz Jerlinger, Rovinov, lady of the Flav family. Just reminded his granddaughter beside him. Say hello, silly. She bowed slightly and placed her hand on her chest politely. I am Celia Jerlinger. At the same time, she apologized for bothering Rena's family. I am very sorry for bothering everyone for the next week. She reached out her hand in front of Cecily and greeted her gently. It's a pleasure to meet you, silly. Cecily's eyes widened as if she could not believe her eyes. Wait. Black hair. Red eyes. Looking at the oppressive feeling that Rena's demeanor brought, she felt extremely surprised. Could At be someone from the family? Eli immediately recognized who the person in front of her was, Rovinov. After greeting and meeting each other, the Gigirapi of servants began to arrange luggage for them together. We stopped by the Delan Royal Academy before. The sugar bowl and tongs were arranged delicately on the tea table. Just recounted what happened in the school to Raina, and Luliyep said he was not interested in them and went home. She just smiled innocently and apologized on behalf of her son. If that made you unhappy, then I apologize on behalf of my son. Jiz said nothing but gently put the teacup on the table. Outside the window frame was the scene of him and Sevilaya practicing together. While putting sugar into the tea, Rena slowly talked about her son. He has talent that is hard to believe. Jiz asked her again, do you really think that Aluchu? Rena bluntly explained her words. At the same time, Esinlaya was knocked away by him in the training ground. It's not because he is my son that I am saying this. Jiz smiled heartily. If you say so, I am also a little expectant now. Then he made a decision. I will have to check his ability myself. At this time, after knocking away Esalaya's weapon, Lo smiled confidently. Elo sat on the floor in the training room in a relaxed posture. The ring on his hand shone with a faint blue light. Lo opened his eyes and felt his power. He looked at the ring on his hand and sighed. Finally. Then he remembered the things he had not done before, the reason why he had not learned Aura. At that time, his aura disappeared inexplicably. The moment I allowed Aura into my body. At the same time, AD also caused the accumulation of other things to be lost, and the opportunity to accumulate mana along with soul energy will also disappear. At the same time, he also remembered the past in his previous life when he saw his comrades sacrifice themselves before his eyes. If in my previous life I could completely control their characteristics and strength, if he could have controlled everything back then things would have gone much smoother. Then I would not have left a seed of that disaster. The sound of footsteps rang interrupting the thoughts in his head. First is Ra. Eleni turned his head back to see who was coming. But in front of him was a girl standing with her hands on her hips looking at Elitu. She said to him in a provocative voice, Ada seems like you have a very good grasp of the basics. Loki looked at the unfamiliar girl in front of him and wondered, who are you? That girl proudly introduced herself. Then she frowned and looked at him, or known by the world as the Sword Princess. Lo slowly stood up and said, I see. Thank you for your concern. But Laya was surprised and could not believe what he said. What do you mean? Lo got straight to the point with Laya. In a battle to the death, you will definitely be stronger, because I can't use aura. Although he can't use aura, but in other aspects he is definitely no less than anyone. However, just comparing swordsmanship is another matter. Hearing him speak so confidently made Laya frown. She noticed the wooden sword behind her back. She chose a wooden sword and walked towards Lecoq, challenging him. All right. If you... Confidence filled her face. Do you think if you learn aura you will become stronger than me? La made a condition with Sevlia. If I win, for the week you are here, you will be my minion. This condition stimulated her competitive spirit. Cecily also made a condition for him. If so, then I will be your servant. He accepted the challenge, reaching out to take his wooden sword, then started to get into a fighting stance. Well, let us start. As soon as he finished speaking, both quickly swung their swords at each other. Lozolently assessed Laya's mobility. His speed is not too bad, but compared to him, AT was still not good enough. However, AT still not enough. LQ concentrated his strength and swung his sword up. The two swords collided, creating a terrifying pressure that Cecilia could not believe. What power! She jumped away to avoid the blow, causing La's attack to hit the training floor, creating a large crack. Not giving his opponent a chance to rest, he continued to rush to attack. Looking at his fierce appearance, Cecilia did not know what to do. She did not have time to raise her sword to block the incoming attack, and Lul's sword grazed past Celia's side. LQ frowned looking at the armor in front of him. Aura armor. Are not you not allowed to use AT in swordsmanship duels? An aura armor surrounded Celia. Lula did not care too much about the answer, so he declared the result. Whatever. I will win anyway. Cecilia could not accept AT, so she quickly shouted. What? He silently rubbed his bracelet, ignoring Estelia's words. Controlling Aurai is like the difference between heaven and earth. The bracelet was taken off by Legao and thrown on the floor before her stunned expression. Magic bracelet. Lo smiled confidently, also no less provocative. Then in just a flash, the armor surrounding her was shattered to pieces by him. Esanlea was shocked to the point of speechlessness. How could someone? Immediately after breaking the aura armor, LQ continued to attack towards his opponent without hesitation. After discussing the matters that needed to be discussed, Jis and Rena strolled inside the mansion and chatted. Just as they met him outside, Rena called him. Look cool. Then introduced Jis to him. Please introduce yourself. He is the guest who came to visit our family. He stepped forward and bowed to Jis. He also happily introduced himself to Lo. I am Jerlinger. You probably already know. I am your uncle. The uncle and nephew shook hands very harmoniously. It's a pleasure to meet you. But not seeing Eslia's shadow, Rena asked him, but, have you met Cecilia yet? He glanced to the back. At this moment he saw soldiers carrying stretchers outside. The servant cried oh in fear. Dooming miss. And Cecilia's eyes were wide open, mumbling his name. Look cool. Jis turned to ask the soldiers. What happened? After listening to the soldiers recount everything, Jis could no longer underestimate him. That child defeated Celia with a body that has not even learned Auri yet. He frankly praised Ulko. You defeated Cecilia. Very impressive. Then asked about the betting conditions between the two. What was the bet between you two? Lil also honestly told him the conditions. So Cecilia Zerdinger will become my servant for the next week. At this time, Jis's complexion did not seem to be very good. It's good to keep your word. But he used the authority of an adult and ordered Lovo. You can't make her do servant work. Then quickly changed his attitude in the blink of an eye. I hope you will cancel that agreement. But he refused bluntly, making Jiz unable to believe I do not want to. Lul also declared in front of the two. This is an agreement between Esteli and me. This time Jiz had to lower himself to him. Even if I teach you the aura control technique of the Zerdinger family. But this temptation did not make Elvo feel interested. But instead he mocked. I believe that the aura control technique is only offered to avoid embarrassing your granddaughter. Ada is really not worth Ada. At this time Gis could not bear At anymore and called his full name. Lilov. Lo also did not give in to him, and the aura control technique is worthless. Right. Gis was surprised by his answer. Do not you think those words are very rude? But Lella replied in a very polite tone, I have no intention of slandering the Jerlinger family. He put one hand behind his back and one hand on his chest and explained in a calm voice. Z's. If you want to reward me for defeating Cessin Laya by teaching me the aura control technique. He did not accept the condition like that. However, you said that this is a reward to cancel C. Laya's defeat, so it means. Ella looked at him and confidently affirmed, you believe that if Celaya was not careless, she would not have lost to me. Every word that Alel said was very sharp. Rena next to him could not help but feel proud of her son. However, even if Celaya fought you fairly, you would still win. Just took a light breath and thought in his heart, he does not agree because he does not like the way I act. He ordered the soldiers and then continued to say to himself, if only such a child was a member of the Jerlinger family. Then ordered the soldiers in their surprise, take Celaya to the servants. Then he turned around and called him. Luckul. Just bowed his head and said to Luxia, in normal times, feel free to call me. Then put his hand on his shoulder. Uncle. Just watch Luplo's departing figure for a while. Then turned to ask Reina. Sister. Do you want me to teach the boy the aura control technique of the Jerlinger family? He decided to teach that technique to Lujo. As for my brother, I will try to persuade him. So Lum. The next day, the morning light began to shine inside the room. Cecilia blushed and said each word. I am the servant who will serve you for the next week. This time, she had changed her clothes and wore the correct clothes of a maid. Doing Master Thu. Elon heard her voice and looked up to praise. Ait suits you very well. He continued to ramble without noticing Cecilia's face getting redder and redder. Who could have imagined that her usual elaborate style would suit simple maid clothes? That combination is... She was so angry that she clenched her fist and warned him. I know I am beautiful. But if you keep saying that... Elvine knew that he had been a little carried away, so he quickly apologized. I did not mean to make you angry. I'm sorry. He recalled his past life. I had a friend who always praised beauty too much. Then sighed a breath full of regret. His habits must have influenced me. He remembered the sparkling glass painting. The beauty of eternity is unparalleled. Then remembered the scene of Duino sitting around with the forest animals. Will spend the rest of his life spreading beauty to everyone. Cecily could not help but sigh. You have a wonderful friend. The image of the past gradually ran through Lau's head. His problem is that he is too honest. Although she is aggressive, but Lizena's is more beautiful than anyone. And of course, some minor troubles in their lives, and Luni. For art. Occasionally Dueno's strange suggestions made them feel confused. Please, be my nude model. Even bringing a sketchbook. In the end, he was beaten black and blue by the other two without anyone daring to stop them. Esunlaya noticed the book he was reading, then curiously asked, is that a kind of instruction book? Are you? Her eyes stopped on the book under Elvo's hand. He picked up the book and looked at AT nostalgically. This? I used to read a lot when I was doomed. The name of the book was spoken from his mouth, causing her confusion. The great hero of the beginning. Esunlaya remembered the ancient stories that she had read as a child. Silly. 5 years old. Then she stared at him with a complicated look. She slowly walked to the bookshelf next to Luch. Ceciliya looked at the number of books in the bookshelf in front of her and commented. It seems that you like the great hero of the beginning. She made her affirmation. Some mid-level researchers on the great hero probably can't compare to you. But Lut only said, I am just collecting. Esunlaya reached up and spoke. But a book was taken out of the shelf by her. There are many books about Kiyu. Mentioning the name of his previous life, he said to himself, of all the things the great hero did. At the same time, there was a little pride in his words. I think those achievements are very likely his. But Cecilia's words interrupted that thought. He is probably a fraud who tried to claim the achievements of the great heroes. Alliant looked at her and asked again as if not sure that they were talking about the same person. Kiyu. Cecilia got straight to the point. That is what most people think. Of course, I think so too. At this time Elio stood up and suggested to her before Cecilia's stunned expression. Let us have breakfast and start training. Cecilia softly asked to train with him. But in her heart she was planning something else. Master, if you allow, can I train with you? Ella only said back to her. You probably have to keep up. Will you be okay? This sentence provoked Sulai even more. I am a Sile Zerdinger. In the end, she was still defeated under Luku's sword. While Asulia was breathing hard, he analyzed the gaps in her movement. When your endurance reaches its limit, Your reaction speed will slow down and more gaps will appear between movements. Eslaya frowned at this violent training method. Abusing the body like this. Lilith was not tired at all. He rested his sword on his shoulder and said to her while thinking, "Of course, I think that Doom people today are too weak. Compared to before, the aura techniques have developed significantly. That must be why people no longer care much about forging." Ella thought of another source of power. Aura allows you to enhance the strength of the body. Eslaya struggled to stand up while trembling and asked him, "What? Weak?" Elam thought to himself and shook his head while Eslaya weakly cried out each word. "If you train your body, the aura will also be enhanced. Shake." At this time she had stood up, then pointed her sword straight at him. Sevely exploded. "Do not underestimate me." Continued to charge up and fight with Lujo. "You damn white-haired bastard." Ellen gently raised his hand to block the blow from her. Eslaya flew out of his place a few meters. She could not accept this result and immediately shouted, "Why? Why can't I win?" He came in front of Sigoli and asked her, and she looked up at him with a very confused expression. "Is AT that difficult?" He took a bracelet and gave AT to Cecily. "Take AT." She took AT with both hands. "Thank you." Immediately the bracelet pulled her down. Lil also explained, "That is a bracelet with weight magic." And he smiled unkindly. "From tomorrow onwards, wear AT when training." The next day they changed the location to the outdoor training ground. Cecily said to Loqua while panting, while just stood on the side to observe the training situation of both. "Stop." He rested his chin and thought, this will be a good experience for her. Before coming to Lumine, AT may be good for self-esteem. He looked up and called, "Oh, look cool." He walked to Jiss's place. "Yes, uncle." Then he announced to him a good news. "Look cool. I am thinking of asking the head of the family to allow you to inherit the breath of the phoenix." Hearing this made him slightly startled. Ullo slowly remembered what he had learned. The breath of the phoenix. Is he talking about the origin of the aura technique of the Jerlinger family? The information about the breath of the phoenix was still a bit strange to Alita. "I heard that only those who are recognized in the family can inherit AT." At this time Eslaya was a little more awake. She spoke. "Father will not easily accept AT." As if predicting her reaction. He said, "That is why I have a condition." Cecily asked back, "A condition?" Just said the condition for both of them to hear. Pass the Lumine entrance exam. Cecily could not help but feel surprised. "Huh. The Lumine entrance exam is..." But she immediately stopped. "Uncle, a kid who can't even use aura. No, AT will be too dangerous for him." While Ul only smiled and muttered, "Combat experience. I guess I do not have any." He remembered his past life. Just turned to ask for Lovey's opinion. "What do you think?" "Look cool." He did not answer directly but mentioned Rina and Dave, father and mother. He said to him, "Assuming they will agree to your wishes." Hearing that, Luckyu nodded immediately and made his decision. "Then I will do AT." Just smiled mysteriously. As expected, the kid is thinking of taking the exam this year. Then he turned back to practice with Cecilia. "Because we have rested for a short time, so let us continue." She quickly chased after Lo's footsteps. "Do you think I won't be able to keep up?" Time passed quickly to the day of the exam. A week later, the day of the entrance exam to Lumine School. The people around were amazed at Cecilia's appearance and also wondered about the person next to her. Mumbling, "AT seen Leia Jerlinger." Mumbling, "I never thought I would see the Sword Princess." "Who is the boy next to her?" Eslaya provoked. "Are you worried?" "Master." But Luckyu was very calm, only sighed and replied concisely, "Not at all." Aluko also mocked her about the way she addressed him. "Are not you going to correct that way of speaking?" She just remembered that she was used to the way she addressed him before. Damn. While the two were talking, someone called her name, Silly, until he saw that Gulliver was very surprised. "Lilov." He looked at Lukto with a confused expression, then quickly changed his face when talking to Saya. "You can't even control aura. How are you here?" "Silly. AT's been a long time. How have you been lately?" But both of them completely ignored his words. Ignored. At this time Gulliver calmly introduced himself again to the two. "I am Gulliver Tratton. The last time you came to school, I greeted you." Cecily arrogantly replied, "I am called the greatest magic genius of Delan. I'm sorry, but I do not remember anything about you." After speaking, she decided to take Lo's hand and leave. then turned her back and left before Gulliver's stunned expression. Well then, I am going. Immediately after that, someone called her name again. Silly. Seeing who called her made Asulaya surprised, and Nil next to her felt confused. The person who just spoke was Avad 16 years old and Chiosai 14 years old from the Llewellyn family. Long time no see Asulaya. The two called and walked to her place. Silly. Lelin turned to ask her, who are they? Asinlaya clenched her fist and said to him, the Llewellyn siblings. She looked at them as enemies. From the same heroic lineage of the Lordran Empire, the children of the Llewellyn family, then immediately exploded with determination. Those two will be with us, so we can't lose to them. Look cool. We can't let the Zerdinger family lose to the Llewellyn family. Lella could only say softly, but I belong to the Flav family. Eved greeted first, long time no see, silly. According to etiquette, Cecily also greeted back, yes, long time no see, Abut Llewellyn. Looking at a love next to him made him curious. Who is standing with you? Cecily introduced him simply to the two siblings. This is Alvator from the Flav house, a noble family in the Delad kingdom. He only uttered a contemptuous word, a small fish. I understand. After speaking, he pulled his sister away. The highest position will definitely be mine. Silly. Let us go, Chiosi. Kiosai also followed her brother. Yes. Brother. Aved's words angered Eli. Those arrogant bastards. I will definitely Siki rut them. At this time, a notification sounded above their heads. It seems that everyone is here. Elenq and Sevlaya looked up together in the direction of the sound. Mbai introduced himself to the candidates below. Professor Mb Ziran at Lumine Academy. My name is Mb. Hearing this name made Celaya very surprised. No way. Mbai. The Witch of Maine. While only casually asked back, who is he? Hearing him say that made her stunned. Are you serious? You do not know. He is a hero on the hero list. Elegi immediately understood. So he is one of the people who is called a hero here. He looked up at the professor above. Elot looked at the magic emanating from Mbai's eyes and assessed. The magic on his left eye is definitely. Mbai read the regulations and challenges for all of them to hear. The type of challenge is one-on-one combat and monster subjugation. Each person takes turns doing them. But after reading them, he burned the challenge board. However, I think this method is really, casually said to the candidates below, boring. He took the book from his chest. As soon as it was opened, a brilliant golden light shone throughout the room. Open the hero list, and Bai's world. A huge magic circle immediately appeared below the feet of the candidates. Chapter. Opening the jungle. He reached O and controlled the things created inside the book. As Sunlight was startled by the violent changes in the magic circle, while he said casually, I hate inefficiency. Immediately after that, the trace of magic appeared in Nbai's left eye and he also declared, so I will combine everything and proceed immediately. While everyone was panicking, Lull was very silent. He vaguely remembered Lloyd's previous lectures. The hero list is not just a simple historical record. Its real value is a book that records the history of heroes. Ada represents a hero world, containing the experiences of heroes in the past. Every word that Lloyd said gradually echoed in his head. Moreover, by achieving the hero world. Finally, his closing words, one can inherit the power of a previous hero. Ella thought about this so-called hero world. It is probably similar to a hero training system. Is not it? They appeared zip-eep in the jungle. Lull identified this place. Where is this? This is the hero world. Along with the announcement. This place is called the jungle. The goal is simply to survive. Ulvikuel looked around the forest along with the announcement in his ear. Whether you cooperate or destroy each other, do everything to survive. Those who want to give up can break the ball they are holding and return. That is all. He walked and muttered. This place looks like that. Lellum made a preliminary assessment of this forest. This place used to be an elven forest before Atu was attacked by the witch queen Silitena. A terrifying scream rang out, attracting everyone's attention. What is At? T's so scary. Some people spoke. I want to go back. Some people did not accept that weakness. This is just an illusion. What a coward. But Lulu did not think so. Wrong. While this world comes from the examiner's memory, everything in here is Rhea. He was sure that this place could cause the candidates to die. The deadly dangers here can really kill people. Immediately he felt a surge of murderous intent rushing towards him. A spear appeared suddenly and stuck firmly in the place where Laigo was standing. Lovey looked up at the figure in front of him. The very familiar voice gradually walked to Lo's place. We have met before, have not we? Kiyoshi stepped out of the shadows and bluntly declared to him. I would be quite happy to eliminate a member of the Jerlinger family. Elinku had to remind her, I am a member of the Flav family. She did not care about that, and gradually prepared her attack weapon in her hand. But you came with Cephalia. A long scythe was summoned before his eyes. The Wind Art Scythe. Level calmly assessed. That is a magic that did not exist in the past. This is not a big danger to him. But basically 80 seems that nothing has changed. Kiyosa smiled strangely. She was surprised by Elvo's composure that was hard for anyone to have. You seem to be calm even when I am standing in front of you. Huh. Immediately after speaking, she began to spin the scythe, then hit straight to the place where he was standing. But with just one blow, Elun knocked AT away. The scythe lay alone behind Luku with just one blow. Kiyoshi analyzed Ul's ability in her head. He just blocked AT. I did not feel him using magic. Is that the magic of a hard-to-detect attribute? Compared to fighting, he wanted the two of them to cooperate more. That attack was so simple. Instead of that, why do not we combine together? But she only smiled dangerously and said to Lukoyo, Here, the person who survives the longest will get more points. Is the witch. Do not you need to pass at least one test? The stream of magical power surrounded her again. Unfortunately, I am a battle mage. Lo's words accidentally angered Chiyoshi. Are you saying my attack is easy? Lo calmly explained to Chiyoshi. Did you hear? I mean wind art. Those moves are too simple. Compared to its power, that is all. But the more all the Yo spoke, the more the anger in Kiyoshi increased. Are you lecturing me about magic? To a descendant of the Llewellyn family. She continued to attack once again. Let me CK rut you with these attacks that are called simple. Wind art scythe. Wind arrows. But by the time she looked back, Elo had disappeared. He is not standing there. But Chiyoshi completely did not understand the reason. I can't feel any magic. By the time she looked back, Q had swung his fist and appeared right in front of Kiyoshi. Why? She was completely amazed by Lo's impossible speed. The scythe in Chiyoshi's hand slipped and flew high. She clutched her stomach and knelt down. Coughing. Cough. This time AT was not a suggestion but a threat from Loich. So, now I will politely ask again if you want to join forces with me. Meanwhile, the judges were beginning to observe them through a screen. Whoa. AT's finally starting. The light on the screen began to flash. The first result that appeared was the image of Chiyoshi being tied to a wooden pole, while Ulu was sitting and lighting a fire next to her, holding the rope that was tying her tightly in his hand. On his face was a dangerous look that could not be foreseen. Inside the dark jungle only the light from Lubba's small fire flashed. Waking up from the heat, Kiyoshi drowsily opened her eyes and looked around. As soon as she saw herself being tied up, she stuttered in shock. What is going on? Leland just calmly asked the same question again. Will you cooperate with me? At this time Chiyoshi was still stubborn and did not want to be on the same thing with him. Never. She bluntly declared to Leluchur and wanted to summon her scythe. I do not need anyone but my brother. Wind art scythe. But instead of the scythe appearing, a magic circle appeared on Chiyoshi's wrist. Surprising her, Chu explained to her, although on the outside he was full of confidence. But in his heart he was a little worried about his mana. This is a magic restriction skill. I do not have much mana left, so the effect will not last long. Kiyoshi was not afraid at all and declared to him, Humph, I can escape even without magic. But Ul only smiled mysteriously and threatened and challenged her. Do you think I will let you do that? A small fire below suddenly flared up, causing Chiyoshi to feel burning. Wait. Stop. A's too hot. Until her clothes caught fire. She had to surrender to him. Cooperate. I will cooperate. But Ul did not trust Chiyoshi's words very much. So he made a condition. Swear before the name of your family. She quickly agreed. I swear. Kiyoshi swore before the name of her family in front of him. I swear before the honor of the Llewellyn family that I will cooperate. Leluch released the rope in his hand. While in his heart he thought, the kids are so easy to manipulate. When there was no rope holding her, Kiyoshi fell straight down from the pole, causing her to scream in shock. A familiar voice suddenly rang out next to Chiyoshi. Nice to meet you. Q had caught her and gently greeted. The female mage of Llewellyn. At this time, inside the jury area, there was silence. Everyone focused on looking at the images of the contestants inside the screen in front of them. Everyone paid attention and evaluated the behavior of each person, including Mbai in the back, looking at the scene of the contestants only focusing on fighting and no one willing to cooperate made Mbai feel unacceptable. None of them are qualified, decided to compete and fight with each other. So stupid. Among the people who have been shown on the screen, he only felt that 2 people were eligible. If you get straight to the point, then there are only 2 people. At that moment, the 2 had just finished dealing with a monster, Cestnali and Asilia Zerdinger, and a B. Llewellyn. He smiled at the 2 bright candidates. The future of the glorious republic is here. He looked at the person on the screen and wondered. Lilov is a... Compared to the previous 2, he still did not see anything outstanding about him. That reckless kid is still very dong. But getting Kyosai Llewellyn to cooperate will ensure the score is at a passing level. Although he does not have the strength or attitude like Cecily or a B. But, looking at Alovo's firm eyes being projected on the screen, Mbai made an accurate assessment of him. Also at the same time Chios's spear has pierced through the monster. He is a formidable dark horse. Next was a decisive slash from Ao, causing its head and body to be separated. Lelo landed lightly on the ground, along with the praise of the girl. I have to say, being with a knight makes things much easier. But she could not contain her curiosity and turned to the person next to her. Let me ask, what Ara do you use? I did not notice any mane from it. Lel admitted frankly, I do not know how to use Ara. The words he said surprised her even more. What? Then how can you make that move without using Ara? Lo only gently explained to her. At the same time a creature behind them was hiding and eavesdropping. When there is nothing, a good foundation is the most important thing. Elob gave a lead to Chiosai, but at this time her body was suddenly surrounded by magic. For example, wind art. What do you think the basis of wind art is? Inside Chios's eyes shone the light of the moon. Then A2 was a series of moves that hit the back of both of them. Wind annihilation. The eavesdropping creature was eliminated by her in the blink of an eye. She took a light breath and arrogantly said to Lovo, You are really arrogant to discuss wind art in front of Llewellyn. Llewellyn she continued to move forward. He turned his head and said to Chiosai, You have the power. I can also give AT to you. But you are using A to the wrong way. She sighed to Livio. Suddenly Elot felt something strange behind his neck. You are really... He quickly signaled Chiosi to stop immediately. While she was surprised and did not understand. Wait. Stop. Alone stepped straight to the place where death energy was rising strongly. A few corpses appeared in front of them, causing Chiosa to stammer in horror. They are just like... mummies. Ella went down and observed the situation of those corpses and made a conclusion. I have seen the phenomenon of leaving victims like this before. During that time Oluchu vaguely understood what needed to be done to pass the exam. At that moment his eyes suddenly widened and looked forward. I understand. The condition to pass the exam. An attack with terrible destructive power hit straight to the place where the 2 were standing. Lu quickly hugged Chiosai and moved back. While the 2 were still regaining their senses, a geepy rep of people stepped forward with a regretful voice. Almost got them. We have to defeat Chiosa Llewellyn first. A familiar figure stepped out from inside the bushes. The other one does not matter. Gulliver stepped out with a face full of determination to eliminate Chiosi. Then he quickly rushed forward. Hurry up and rush up. But in just a blink of an eye the first person to rush up was given a heavenly blow by Lukham. The geepy rep of people were startled. No one dared to move. At the same time Olu's voice rang out, Protect my back. Elulu called her name. Chiosi. And Chios, although still trembling, tried to speak up and answer him. The geepy rep of people quickly rushed up again. What are you waiting for? Beat them. But they were completely not Lufthu's opponent. In the end, only Gulliver was left running away from the 2. He ran and secretly calculated in his head. I can't rush like this. He wanted to find another place to join forces to defeat the other 2. I need to find another gang. At the same time Celia saw Gulliver's familiar figure, causing her to wonder, that name is... Aved's voice rang out, interrupting her thoughts. Go this way. Continue to go. Both were stunned by the scene that was happening in front of them. Next to the corpse of the monster were the contestants lying scattered on the ground. The only 2 people still standing there were Elotelu and Chiosi. As soon as she saw her brother, she excitedly cried, Oh, brother. Chiosi quickly ran to hug him while Aved breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his sister was okay. You are still safe? Chiosi. Cecilia stepped forward to ask her, Why are the 2 of you together? Lo smoothed his hair and sighed, then said arrogantly, I propose to cooperate. But his words were not convincing to Sisaya. No way a stubborn girl would agree. He again showed that dangerous smiling face as before, but I convinced her. His attitude made Celia suspicious. What did you do? At this time Ellie carried a still conscious person up and said to them, Let us go. Kiyosa looked at his action and felt very confused. What? Why is he helping them? The others helped each other up. Lily said to her, We do not have to fight anymore. One of the people just now asked each other, Are you okay? At the same time Oloko also made a statement. We will defeat this world together. Someone asked him, Defeat the world. At the same time Lo also asked Avad and Celia, There is a strange creature in the Zep forest. Did you see the corpses? Then he stepped to step on the corpses that were dry like dry leaves. It seems that their moisture has been completely sucked dry. He continued to ask all three. Not only that, where are the monsters? At this time Celia vaguely realized that something was wrong. Oh right. Lelink said his prediction for everyone to hear. It's like they are afraid of something. A high-level monster has probably appeared and scared the monsters in the forest. Then Avad made a conclusion. Eloko also nodded his words. So that is a T. Then the first challenge of Hiro and Bai is to defeat the high-level monster. In just a second later a shock made Love very surprised. A strange streak of light appeared from inside the forest. The others in Leclos were all ready. It's finally showing itself. Meanwhile, Gulliver was only holding a light and panting. He looked around while running and breathing. No matter what, you will definitely lose. Look cool. But on the road something blocked Gulliver's path. Seeing the thing below caused him to fall to the ground and shout loudly, What is this? A strange liquid flowed down below his light stick, causing AT to go oh. Next was that strange liquid began to flow down from his head, causing Gulliver to sink into panic. Tarantula appeared right above Gulliver's head with sharp teeth and a body so huge that it was unbelievable. During this time, outside, the sun was shining down throughout the area below the ground. The judges and Mbai were carefully observing the situation recorded inside the screen. A few contestants boasted about their achievements. I dealt with 15 or 16 names. I am also about that size. He looked around for a while and then made a conclusion for this exam. More than 500 of you have failed. Another lecturer quickly reminded Mbai. But lecturer MB. Even so, you also have to choose about 100 of them, like the other areas. But he only kept his selection results without paying attention to the index. Only 50 students are doing the test. Mbai pushed up his glasses and frankly stated his classification. If they do not meet the standards, I am willing to fail them. Principal Kalian has entrusted the responsibility to me even though he knows this clearly. He looked at the scene of Alachu helping the others up on the screen and secretly thought in his heart, true heroes will only be found in difficult times. Mbai was sure that he had discovered the abnormality in the test. Lilov. He must have discovered the abnormality in the forest. But he was not sure whether he could overcome the challenge or not. But can he defeat this world? Meanwhile, Elvis Gatia Rupi and the others were running in the direction of the light source to find O. The others looked at the light getting darker and darker and became angry. Damn At's pitch black. Essene Leia raised her sword forward and warned the people behind to prepare. There is something in front. Prepare. The red light from the tip of her sword illuminated the area right in front of them. Next, the image of Gulliver being gnawed by Tarantulia was clearly visible in front of everyone. Essene Leia was so shocked that she could not move. What is that? Avid spoke up. The name behind a T is the Rhea one. He raised his spear high and prepared to hit Tarantulia. Wind. Lully stopped him and said to Gulliver, Do not. Gullivan. Destroy the crystal. Now he was inside Tarantulia's mouth, struggling to call each word. Look cool. In the end, he decided to destroy his crystal right before their eyes. In a flash, a large flame burst from the mouth of Tarantulia. At this time there was no longer any obstacle. Aved concentrated his power on his spear, then aimed straight at AT and released a series of attacks to finish Tarantulia. But its body was still able to recover. Lelinko spoke up. AT seems that AT still not enough. AT stood up its huge body, causing Avad and the others to be very surprised, while Luck only calmly looked at the huge monster in front of him. Lella became even more sure of his thoughts. Just like I thought. AT's the Spider Queen. Tarantulia. A candidate jumped up intending to deal with Atil with his axe. Damn Eat this. but he was knocked away by AT and could only cry "oh" in a miserable voice. He flew "oh" of the place where they were standing a long distance. Asura swung her sword up intending to deal with this giant spider. "I will finish AT with one last blow." Cecilia's sword pointed straight at Tarantulia. Starlight. A blow released from the tip of her sword went straight to AT without any obstruction and pierced through Tarantulia's body. But that wound quickly healed with a speed that the naked eye could see. Cecilia looked at its healing process and was surprised to the point of widening her eyes. Impossible. This time AT was Avad's turn. He floated in the air and declared to Cecilia, "The destructive power between a knight and a mage is as different as day and night." He waved his hand and pointed the spear at the monster. Whirlwind. The power concentrated to his place formed a whirlwind that seemed to suck everything. The remaining people quickly hugged something tightly and cried "oh" in shock. Tarantulia was quickly twisted tightly by the wind like wringing a rag. Avad hovered in the air waiting to see its reaction. But suddenly a huge shadow unexpectedly appeared in front of him. Tarantulia jumped up and flew towards Avad. Kyosa reacted the fastest. Brother. Wind annihilation. But her attack was still not enough to protect Avad from the attack from the monster. She quickly ran to ask her brother, "Are you okay?" He smiled brightly to comfort Kyosa. Thank you. Kyosi. A person looked at the hugeness of Tarantulia and cried "oh" in fear. What is that monster? Its regeneration ability caused them to be wary of this terrifying creature. The regeneration ability is really scary. During that time Tarantulia continued to open its sharp teeth and rushed its massive body towards them. At this time only Elpo was calmly analyzing the opponent. That is the daughter of Salatna, the queen of Tartaros, a monster in the Eriva Legion that leveled the Elven Forest. Hearing this name everyone was surprised. Tartaros. He remembered Mbee's eyes and at the same time was sure of his guess. The Mayan Mbee's left eye is indeed the mana of the Fairy King. Remembering the past before, Tarantula dominated this whole wild forest. He thought that Tarantulia had been destroyed a long time ago. She destroyed the Elven Forest and ate the right hand of the Fairy King, who faced her. I thought Luna had destroyed Tarantulia. But that creature still exists until now. He secretly speculated about why Aita was still able to live until now. But Aita seems that thanks to the right hand of the Fairy King belonging to the fairy tribe in her stomach, she was saved, or more precisely, the infinite life force from that hand. More precisely, not the hand but the ring on the hand of the Fairy King, the life signet ring. Avad again wanted to fight. If the monster is the key to the test, then I will destroy AT. But Cecilia did not feel that this would be favorable. So she asked him again, "Are you sure?" The two cooperated with each other to launch moves at Tarantulia. Although AT was hit, Ada did not seem to be affected at all. Lelone spoke up to stop the two. AT will regenerate continuously, until the two of you run "oh" of mine out. During that time AT continued to regenerate the injured part of its body again. As Sunlight asked Lu, "Then, do you have any ideas?" Lo suggested to both of them, "The two of you have to join forces." Avad did not accept this proposal. "No way. I have to be the one with the highest score." Cecilia also did not agree with that. "No, 80's me." Seeing the two still arguing at this time, Lelo could only say, "If you can't destroy the hero's world, then everyone will fail." Thinking about this, both suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then Avad spoke up first. He said to Sevilla, "Even if we join forces together, AT will take a lot of time to immediately launch a move to destroy AT. No one except the two of us can stop the monster long enough." She looked at Avad and only silently frowned. Kiyosai also silently waited for Aslaya's decision. But at that moment Aluto stepped forward and made a proposal to the two. "I will do 8. Cecily completely opposed Lu's decision. "What? Are you planning to commit suicide? You can't even use Ra." Lo only calmly replied to her, "I know. I can only hold O for 5 minutes." But Avad did not dare to gamble on this. What if the attack fails? Alo smiled and turned his head to look at them. He picked up the axe of the person just now and said decisively, "I do not think that will happen." Leland turned his head and said to Avad, "Fire and wind have always been good friends. They are very compatible with each other." Then he and Cecilia looked at each other for a long time. At this time Tarantulia had stepped forward and bared its hideous teeth in front of him. Lul only laughed looking at Atia. He muttered, "Ada reminds me of the time before." Finally the monster stepped forward with an extremely close distance to Lu Chu. He swung his axe and chopped off one of its limbs and said to Tarantulia, "AT's been a long time. Has not Atia?" Cecily and Avid were both amazed by his actions. Leva lightly turned around and swung his axe, injuring AT in another position. Lely showed a smug smile. This monster of Tartaros. He remembered the past before when he met Silid running in panic in the jungle. He was caught by spider silk and his path was blocked in front. Silid was stuck to the spider silk, desperately struggling and crying, "Oh, please." Tarantulia's sharp teeth opened wide, preparing to rush to the poor child, and he could only cry weakly, "Save me." Silid closed his eyes tightly. "Mother." But in front of him suddenly rang a streak of light and a voice. "Back off, you evil thing." Light. Spirit holding a magic wand slowly drove away Tarantulia. That person slowly stepped forward. "You dare to make trouble in my hometown and swallow the right hand of the contract owner," then used his power to prepare to catch the monster. Tarantulia quickly realized that she was no match for this spirit and quickly hid back into the Lyip forest. But AT was still caught and wrapped in the source of light. Finally AT exploded, causing aftershocks that spread throughout a large forest. As soon as the smoke cleared, a voice rang, "Oh, to think that the influence of Ribi could spread this far." A figure approached Silid, who was being tightly bound by spider silk. Q untied the spider silk while kindly asking him, "Are you okay, kid?" The memory at that time appeared in Alao's head. He held the axe up and stood ready. Just like I expected. Is this the limit when not using a ra? He called her Kiyosi. Kiyosai was called her name, confused and not understanding. Huh. Lo signaled her, "Use wind art and throw the weapons around towards me." As soon as he finished speaking, another attack from Tarantulia swung down right at the position where he was standing. Kiyosei did not dare to perform immediately and warned Leech, "If you move too fast, you will be injured while that happens." But Lq just dodged Tarantulia's attack while urging her, "I will catch them. So do not worry and hurry up." Kiyosei was gathering magic in front of her and asked, "What weapons?" He blocked the monster's attack and answered quickly, "Any." Immediately after that a weapon appeared right in front of Kiyosei. Lianqiu listened to the sound of the weapon that was about to be delivered. Based on this sound, Lian jumped straight up high to avoid Tarantulia's attack and thought of the weapon that was about to arrive. Is a short sword and a miscellaneous sword. He tightly grasped the two swords that were delivered, then looked down at the monster. "Take this." Lelon's speed was so fast that one of Tarantulia's limbs was quickly cut off, when the sword in his hand could not withstand AT anymore and broke in half. Look reminded Kiyosei again. Next, she carefully sent each weapon to his place. A dagger, a long stick, and a large axe. Everyone was amazed by Elvo's extraordinary ability. He must be the same age as us. But that scene, he held the axe and chopped down on the monster in everyone's admiration and surprise. Looks like the scene of a martial god. Elvi calmly looked back at the monster in front of him. Cecily also stared at him. Aved also changed his mind. So he is not a small flea. Lelon's face was injured in the battle. He showed a satisfied smile. "I am still awake." His hand tightly grasped the sword and made a decision. "If I can't block a bug like this, those guys will laugh at me from the other world." Next, he signaled Kiyosei. Next. But she quickly cried, "Oh, that is the last one." Lelo was very surprised. What? At this time Atiwa Stilia's turn to focus her power on her sword. "I have finished preparing." Move. A huge fire vortex shot straight out from the tip of her sword. "What do you think of this move?" "You bug." Giant spider was incinerated in an instant. Along with that, the ring of the Fairy King fell from Tarantulia's body. After Atu was defeated, a notification board rang out, and Bai's world. Chapter. The beginning, the wild forest, has been completed. Cecily slumped to the ground in joy. ATZV. She looked at Luffy standing in a corner. He really blocked that monster for 5 minutes. This time she did not hesitate to praise him. "Look cool." "Well done." Kiyosa was also very impressed with his monster handling. "Amazing. Really amazing." Kiyosa's eyes shone brightly. "You look like a hero, like the ones that appear in stories." Lel only asked back tiredly. "Really?" She praised excitedly. "Exactly. I want to become a battle mage, so I have always wanted to learn more about close combat skills, which I lack. Please teach me." While Celia showed a scary smile and muttered, "I really hope you will experience Lo's training process at least once." He stepped forward to pick up the ring lying on the ground, then pondered. The ring fell. At this time a soul flew out from inside the ring. As soon as he saw him, he immediately recognized him. Prince Silid. Yahello asked him. Silid, do you remember me? I am. But Silid only smiled at him and gradually faded away. He returned to the ring again, while Elvyov secretly guessed what would happen next. It seems that he has become the Fairy King. It seems that thanks to the treasure Mbai found, he has received the mine AI. At the same time the announcement rang. Oh, the countdown to return to the test site is starting. 5. A figure appeared in front of Luchu. The reward for completion is the Oath of the Fairy King. Looking at the face of the person in front of him made Love surprised. The training world has also been completed. At this time, a person was observing the entire scene of the city. Kallian said to himself, it seems that the Western Territory exam has ended. Kallian Beatty, principal of the Lumeron Swordsmanship Academy. Yella held her forehead in pain. Already. But there are still many other territories. Oh, how many did Teacher Mbai pass? Kallian excitedly replied to her. Considering the Mbai we are talking about, there are many. 40. Hearing this number caused Iolina to be surprised. That many. Contrary to Ulni's worries, Kallian smiled very brightly. Do not think too much. I only expect about 10 people. She sighed. Oh my god. I guess Zinlai or a beat who are at the top have passed. Kallian flipped through the documents. I heard it's very difficult to choose. And someone was recommended to be the representative for the first-year students. Hearing this made Volona very surprised. Teacher Mbai recommended someone. That is surprising. Cecily Jerlinger or a beat Llewellyn. Who is AT? Lillian was no less surprised. AT's a name I have never heard before. Amazing. This made Iena even more confused. Really? At this time, inside the jury room, the other candidates cheered for the remaining people. Silly. A BD. Silly. Finally, the image of Lotto was projected on the big screen. And Mbai remembered the words he had said to Kallian. I nominate Elite Fluv to be the representative for the first-year students. For the night division, the reason is... He stroked his silver beard and smiled. To think that MB had spoken so well of him. AD makes me curious to wonder what kind of student he is that possesses. The reason Mbai gave was the talent to become a hero. After completing the exam, they returned to the outside world. At this time a voice rang out in the bathroom. Wounds like this need care and time. Elon soaked in the hot spring and breathed a sigh. Great. He held his breath and dove into the pool. In his head, he gradually recalled the time. The reward for passing the screen is the Oath of the Fairy King. But the surprise happened to him when he finished. Right, when passing a world of a living hero, no reward should be received. But only I received it. At this time Loco heard a noise outside. What is it? He looked to the side of the bathroom door. Seeing Rena standing there made him surprised. Mom. But her words made Lo even more confused. Do you know the reason why I was expelled from the Jerlinger family? The reason why she was expelled from the family was, when saving a teammate. She recalled the past. I lost the flame of Jerlinger. Rena told him her thoughts. However, I have never regretted AT. Then she happily blessed her son. Look cool. I want you to use your strength and talent for the right purpose. And congratulations on being accepted into Lumeron Academy. This time Lowell came to a strange city. He stepped with a reminder. You have arrived in Lumeria City. Please make sure you have all your luggage in hand before leaving the gate. Lello stood admiring the entire scene of the city. Flocks of white birds flew in front of Lello. He muttered. The center of the world. Lumeria. His eyes turned to a majestic and magnificent building full of ancient features. And that is Lumeron Academy. Just came to pick up his nephew. How have you been this past month? Look cool. He quickly greeted his uncle. Uncle. The two shook hands together. Congratulations on passing the entrance exam. Look quickly asked his question. Thank you. Why did Uncle come here? Just did not hide anything from him. Our family has been caught in an endless argument for the past month. Then he asked him a question. Do you know why? Ella quickly said what he thought. Is AT to decide the successor of the Breath of the Phoenix? Just spoke and took something from his pocket. Yes. Although she is no longer a member of the family. But you are her son. Not only that. He handed a key to Lo. The elders were all very surprised by the way you passed that famous Western exam. Then said its function to him. This is a subspace key. Just said to him, try to open AT. Lelid took the key, Suddenly a stream of power rose in front of him. A book appeared blocking him in gis. The book automatically flipped through the pages without anyone having to touch tai. The stream of power from Ada caused Levin to back away. A blank sheet of paper appeared right before Level's eyes. Gis continued to say, "Immediately bite off the skin on your thumb," and drop blood on the paper. Blood dripped onto the paper below. Immediately a stream of light appeared surrounding the book. The characters in the book gradually appeared before Eleva's eyes. At the same time Gis's voice rang, "Oh, now only you can read the book." He put his hand on his shoulder and hoped. "Learning the Zerdinger secret art is not easy, but I have a feeling you will master Ada soon." Then made a statement. "Congratulations on becoming a member of the Zerdinger family." Then Lalka went to the outdoor cafe in the city. He looked around for a while observing his surroundings. Then asked himself while a person was carrying a stack of books walking UVT. Is this the place where SLI is meeting? The books on top slid down due to inertia and pulled the remaining ones along. The two collided. The other person's books fell all zuvefi the ground. The other person cried in panic. Oops. She quickly picked up the fallen books while apologizing to Lenona. "I am sorry for not looking at the road." After gathering all of her books, the girl continued to walk, but Ulyu noticed something on the ground. He picked up the card on the ground. On AT was the information of the girl just now. Chul Lumil, first year Lumine Academy. Then he started to go to the place where SLI had arranged. Seeing him, she spoke up to blame. "Why are you so late?" "Look cool." SLI carried a bunch of large and small bags and quickly urged him. "Uniforms, books and more. We have to visit many places." Lel told her about meeting Gis. "I'm sorry. I just met Uncle Z's." SLI excitedly asked him. "Has a decision been made? How is AT?" Lelon said nothing but reached his hand. A phoenix-shaped ring of fire surrounded him. "Is this how to use AT?" Leo was so shocked that she dropped all the bags on her hands. "No way." Ella was excited about the new thing he had learned. AT took 3 weeks to get a feel for using the secret art. She slumped down because she was so surprised that she could not keep calm. "Look cool. What are you?" After preparing the necessary things, the two went to the harbor. Everyone felt very interested in the huge ship in front of them. The ship is docking. Whoa. It is huge. At this time, a person stepped forward and suddenly introduced himself. "Nice to meet you new students. I am Professor Inalandiu, head of the first-year night class." He signaled all the students to board the ship. The ship is about to depart for Lumine. Everyone. On deck. Inalandiu, the glacial knight, professor of Lumine Academy. After enough passengers were picked up, the ship set sail again to continue its journey. On the ship, In leaned against the railing and drank alcohol alone, while Alachu looked around observing his surroundings without eating or drinking anything. A teasing voice rang, "Oh, hey, couple UVP there. Want to chat for a bit?" Hearing what that person said, Sevely immediately went crazy. "What? Couple what?" He excitedly introduced his name and sent Bidenet cards to both of them. "My name is Karatha Met. I am from the Memoira Kingdom." He proudly boosted. "From elixirs to weapons. I sell everything. Do not hesitate to come to me if you need anything at school." Eloku reached out to take the Bidenet card from him and admired. "Interesting." Lel also introduced himself to Kar. "Nice to meet you. My name is Love Fluv. I am from the Delad Kingdom." Hearing this place caused Kar to admire. "Delad. So you passed the Western exam. That is admirable." Elni turned to ask him. "Anyway, is it strange that only I passed?" Kar did not understand, so he asked Lio back. "What do you mean?" Ulvikable looked at the surrounding scene and could not help but say his thoughts. At's eerily peaceful, but Cecily only sighed and replied, "A warm welcome for the new students who passed the exam. What is strange?" After hearing her say that, Lovey's eyes stopped at the professor who was drinking alone. Kar picked up a piece of cake and ate while talking to the two. "Yeah, there is probably no sudden snatching of students." But as soon as he finished speaking, the ship immediately experienced a violent shock. Elolo asked him again. At the same time, a giant octopus tentacle rose from the water. "Are you sure?" Everyone was so surprised that they shouted loudly. The tentacle whipped down on the ship right at Kar's position, causing the wooden floor in that place to shatter. "What the hell?" The other students screamed loudly. "Professor N, help us." But N only calmly held his glass of wine and asked back, "Help?" He took a sip of wine and reminded his students. "Are all students of Lumine Academy candidates for heroes?" then turned to the students who were panicking when in danger. At the same time, Kraken had also completely surfaced. You have to rely on yourself. Le braced himself to maintain balance on the shaking ship. He reminded Cephalia, "Calm down, silly." Immediately after that, Elling swung his hand and cut off a part of its tentacle. But Cephalia was very calm. Also finished dealing with a part of the tentacle. "Worry about yourself first." Kraken stared at the two. Le reminded Cephalia, who had been splashed with water by Kraken. That is a natural behavior of Kraken. Eta reacts to temperature by spraying water. This is by-ditch knowledge. Eta wrapped around another student and pulled them off the ship. During that time the panicked scream rang again. "Damn octopus." She and Luo Chu stepped on its tentacle and went of the ship. With just a few slashes of his sword, he had cut off its tentacle and also made a Tai release that person. Ul also rushed to fight with Silaya. A giant octopus tentacle fell right in front of Kar. He hid under the table, so surprised that he could not believe his eyes. SLI can do AT because she is at the top of the West. But what is going on with this Alvao guy? Immediately after that, a frozen octopus tentacle fell right next to Kar's hiding place, startling him. This time he crawled out of his hiding place, frowned and said to the people above, "Hey, watch oh." Lel Sochop Luan immediately recognized. That girl is... He remembered the item that she dropped on the street. At this time Chop Lu looked completely different from when the two had just met. Ice fragments began to fall around. Chikalu asked him, "Why do not you stay behind if you can't protect yourself?" Her answer made Kar unable to believe his eyes. "Oh my god. The strong really never care if we are caught in the middle of their war." This time another giant octopus tentacle fell from the sky. This time Awatio was by the two siblings Chio Sai and Avad. He said to Sevlia, "The competition is not Juvi yet." Sevlia Zerdinger, she sighed angrily. What a mixed feeling. While Chio Si said nothing, just silently turned her head to look at Un was still calmly pouring himself a glass of wine and looked at the students directly fighting the giant octopus below. There are many monsters in the lake leading to Lumeron Academy. He leaned against the railing and admired. AT's perfect for a welcome party. Then N's eyes began to focus on the outstanding people, as expected of the outstanding people. The first person to be noticed, Chen Si of the East. Next was Avad Asulia, Seslai Zerdinger and Abit Llewellyn of the West. Then to Chikalu, Chipalu Miol of the North, along with another person, Walden Thyden of the South. And the last person, Uramawira of the Central Region. Looking at the new students, In could not help but be surprised. This year's recruits are amazing. He drank the rest of the wine in his glass. But among those people, the person who impressed me the most, he again paid special attention to Lo, is that mysterious freshman. In smiled at his talent, swordsmanship without a single unnecessary movement. He moves as if he has predicted Kraken's actions. I will meet him in swords class soon. Finally, when the ship docked, the students were either wet or collapsed right at the port yard. Kar muttered about this journey. To think I would have to use up all the medicine I brought. Only In calmly jumped out of the ship and announced to everyone, "You will have to go through that lake a lot, so adapt quickly." Then took everyone inside the school. Now, let us move to the entrance. An incredibly vast campus appeared in front of all the new students. Lumeron Academy. Everyone looked around and began to whisper to each other. "See, I told you there would be no normal people." Whispering, "I hope there will be someone interesting this year." In ordered them, line up by region. The people with the highest scores, stand at the head of each line. The principal will say a few words first. At this time Kalian appeared on the podium. Those who have newly arrived here this year with the hope of becoming heroes. Kalian Beatty, the swordmaster principal of Lumeron Academy. I only have a few words for all of you. He said straight to them, if you dream of becoming heroes. Kalian exhorted his new students. Always put yourself in difficult situations and overcome your limits. Then added, those who cannot do AT. Then bowed and slammed hard on the podium. The wooden podium shattered under his terrifying power. Do not belong here. In a second he changed his expression and looked at the students. Was that a bit too much? At this time a loud scream rang. Kalian again pretended to be deaf. I can't hear what you are saying. While the professors were crying in the back. The longer we teach at Lumeron, the more the great image of the swordmaster shatters. Next, a teacher spoke up. Now there will be a speech by the representative of the new students. Then invited the new student before everyone's surprise. The new student representative, Chickle Lu and Chen looked blankly at the podium. Walden frowned waiting to see who the representative would be. Yuran also frowned looking at the podium, while Elva was startled after hearing A. At the same time, the teacher's voice still rang O. Eliki immediately noticed and Bai and who were opposite their place. Please come on stage. Looking at him, B's eyes made him wonder, did the supervisor nominate me? Finally, he stepped onto the stage. Elika looked at the speech and began to speak. To the professors and seniors. The people around muttered about this new name. Keo Flav. I have never heard of him. Is not the representative for the first-year students one of the top people? His voice still rang on the podium. We, the new students, will enter Lumine as proud members of this place. But below was the envious look of Yu Ran. That look, and that attitude. After completing his speech, he folded the paper and said the ending. Thank you. This is the new student representative Love of Love. Next was the teacher's words. Thank you. Look cool. The teacher continued to ask, now please tell us about your goals as the new student representative. Lolo smiled and thought in his heart, do they want me to provoke those who are almost qualified for this position instead of me? Hello, I am the new student representative Lakof Love. In the back, people also began to discuss the new person. The new student representative is someone who behaves quite well. A model student is not bad. Ada seems AT will be a peaceful entrance ceremony. Alone stood on the podium and declared powerfully to the new students below. If you want this position, then come and take AT. His words stunned Silai and Avad. Chen was so surprised that his mouth dropped open, while Chiap Lu said nothing. Yu Ran gritted his teeth while Walden frowned looking at him. Love declared, no matter who AT is. After completing the procedures, the teacher's voice rang, oh, Lumine Academy Dormitory. You did well today. Announced that learning was about to begin. Starting tomorrow, for about a week, the trial classes will begin. They have freedom during this time. During this time, no matter what major. Then choose 3 of them. You can study any class you want. Through this process, you will choose the 3 majors you want to study. After night fell, everyone gradually dispersed and went to their rooms. All right. Go to bed early so you won't be late for the first class. The room that Elu received was 302. Carr looked up at the room number and called him. Look cool. Our rooms are next to each other. He opened the door and said goodbye to him. I am looking forward to tomorrow. Good night. Look cool. Also said goodbye to Care. See you tomorrow. As soon as he entered the room, he collapsed on the mattress. Then frowned thinking about the future. What I want at Lumine. The wooden door slowly opened. Inside were countless records from ancient times to the present along with a huge statue standing in front of him. For the statue of Avo's previous life, to hopefully find a what myself is here, about the record of my hero in the hero list. Lunchtime has arrived. Carr excitedly held his portion of food and came to Lelvo's place and happily spoke. Look cool. Let us eat together. He casually ate and replied. All right. At this time a loud noise rang along with a powerful voice. New student representative. Ellie stiffened and wondered. Who is AT? A friend walked UV with an uncomfortable expression and said, what you said in the speech yesterday. What do you mean? This is Uram, leader of the central region. Lela did not care. He ate and casually replied. I guess my words yesterday were quite provocative. Huh. I think it ties right if a stranger comes and causes trouble like this. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Uran glared and asked, do not you know who I am? Love and Carr heard a tea and ignored 80. Not caring, the two happily enjoyed the delicious meal. Seeing that Alota did not care much, Uran became angry and gritted his teeth again. Suddenly Carr saw a lightning bolt appearing in front of him. That was Zuran's expression when he was angry. Immediately after that, he raised his foot and kicked Uvi the entire table of Lev and Carr. Seeing that, Lel immediately jumped of his chair. He reached to catch the food that Lu Ran had knocked away just now. Lela quickly and skillfully saved his portion of food. Carr held the plate to catch his precious meat with indescribable emotions. Seeing Liu being so skillful, Uran felt extremely annoyed. Ella only laughed contemptuously and said that, the careless disposal of food like that is unforgivable. Uran was so angry that he gritted his teeth again. I will make you fall right now. At this time a hand was placed on Luch's shoulder and said in a low voice, I can't stand someone weaker than me acting too confident. Someone appeared and said gently, "Let us see." At was in. He glared and said in a low voice, "One is the leader of the central region, and the other is the new student representative. When did he get here?" When he saw an appear, Uran immediately became timid, while Evelsmiles was smugly and listened to Vin continue to say, "I guess you two are ready for what is about to happen." Scene changed to the exploration class. Night Department. In appeared standing on the podium with an extremely serious expression. A student with a slightly wary expression spoke up and asked, "Excuse me, Professor. It's almost time for class. Why is not LQ here?" At this time, there was a loud opening sound outside. At was Lutu and Yu ran. Both of them were sighing tiredly, and their bodies were covered in sweat. Seeing all you enter the class in that state, Sevlia panicked and ran Uvake to ask, "Look all. What happened?" Lella glanced slightly. Seeing that, Cecily asked him softly, "Did you fight?" Lella did not mince words. He nodded honestly. "Yeah." Seeing Aldra and Du ran enter the class, and then announced, "Now that everyone is here, let us start class." He smiled kindly and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. New students. I am Inalandiu, the person in charge of the first-year night class." Seeing Aldra and Yu ran still arguing with each other, Carr happily thought to himself, "Oh, have these two started an all-out war?" And slowly walked UV and carefully introduced 3 types of power taken from mana. He looked at Carr and Sestralia seriously and continued. Magic energy, soul energy, and aura. Among these, aura is the most difficult to grasp. Hearing this, Cecily casually replied, "Because aura loses the flexibility of ma during the transformation." In nodded in response, "That is right." He continued to explain that, while magic energy and soul energy use ma in its natural state, aura absorbs mana and processes ida to suit the body. Hesitating for a moment, N continued, "Now." He summoned his power quickly and asked softly, "Can anyone explain how we use aura that has accumulated in the body?" Seeing the flame in his hand, Asinlia thought to herself, "Does not AT only appear after using some power?" Immediately after that, Luhul Ludley spoke to answer, "We use the power of aura by burning ma." And nodded approvingly and asked further, "That is right. So, do you know what is most important when burning ma na?" Uran stood on the side still annoyed, while L2 stood on the side continuously answering. Endurance. After hearing AT, N had to exclaim in praise. "Impressive. Lilov, have you learned about aura before?" He casually shook his head and replied, "I have not." Hearing that answer, the corner of N's mouth slightly curved up. He happily thought to himself, "To think that someone who has not even learned about aura has grasped its essence. Well then, let us put theory aside for now." He walked UV and demonstrated first and asked softly, "Shall we move our bodies a bit?" Seeing N's demonstration, the students were all amazed. While demonstrating, he explained to everyone that this is the aura footwork. Its by-Dutch principle is to concentrate aura on your feet. In landed on the ground calmly and said, as well as. He frowned, the corners of his lips slightly turned up, and concluded, "Its potential applications are endless." The time of the class passed quickly. Just like that, the students all paired up and performed what An had taught just now. The battle practice became increasingly tense and exciting. As Sunlight appeared behind Luchu at this time and said, "I will tell you how to do AT. If you call me Big Sister," he did not care and only replied, "No need. The operating principle of aura is no different." In stood on the side observing his students. He also paid close attention to Uran. He stood there with a worried look. Uran was biting his nails while trembling in fear. Seeing that scene, and slightly smiled with a sneer. Then he spoke up to order. "Pay attention. As you all know, there was a small disturbance this morning." Hearing that, Kiyoshi standing next to Carr widened her eyes in question. "What is the teacher talking about?" He leaned into Chiyos's ear and whispered, "That is not a joke. Let me tell you." The girl was shocked and exclaimed, "What? What happened?" "You Vite here." He loudly called the two. "Come here." Yu ran. "Look all." In leaned Juvi and asked Ran frankly, "You ran. What made you angry with Luchu?" He avoided turning his face away and coldly replied, "I am not angry." seeing his stubbornness. In laughed softly and said, "Then bring AT to the track." Then he ordered both Lutu and Liu Ran perform a one-on-one race to compete for the position of class representative, and glared and solemnly declared, "In this match." Yu Ran was a little stunned when he heard, "You two are allowed to use aura without any restrictions." Carr held the board in front of his chest and walked while saying, "Right now. Right now. Place your bets." At this time a loud voice rang, "Oh, the genius of the Mamara house, and the descendant of a hero, Yu-Ram, master of Thunder Ra." Lula was also ready. The referee continued to introduce, "The dark horse from the outer region is the mysterious man who surprised the other regional representatives and became the new student representative, Lilov." Seeing the appearance of Yu Ran and Lo, everyone below whispered to each other that, he is the new student representative, so he needs to prove something. Right. From what I saw before when he was talking to Cecilia Zerdinger, it seems that he can't use aura footwork. Really? And did you hear what he did yesterday? I can't stand that guy. Becoming the leader of the central region is something that not just anyone can do. On the other hand, that new student representative has not proven himself completely. And at this time stepped forward, smiled softly and said, "All right. The first person to cross the finish line will win. Whoever wins, you need to accept the results. That is what they call Night Spirit." The referee loudly ordered, "Prepare." Ready. Asinlaya stood outside observing with a worried expression. In reality, Lula can't win. She carefully looked at Al-Lutra and thought, but this guy, he always exceeds everyone's expectation. After the referee said the word, "Go," as soon as the starting whistle blew, El and Yu Ran sped up and ran like demons chasing them. He was running and turned his head back to Makal. "Go, I am going first." Ruki. Then All-Q accelerated and ran to catch up with Yu Ran. The audience standing outside cheered very excitedly, as expected of Yu Ran. Great. On the other hand, the representative of the first-year students, Leland's feet seemed to be given extra strength, running faster and faster. Two of his friends showed a frustrated expression, unwilling to accept the current situation. He is terrible. As expected, that bastard becoming the representative is a scam. Kiyosa stood outside and cheered loudly. "Lily, try your best." Yu Ran was still determined to run desperately. He was determined in his heart that he had to win. Carr on the podium saw the current situation and was a little scared, thinking to himself, Yu Ran has gone halfway. At this time all of you appeared right behind Zhu Ran. He appeared above Yu Ran. He frantically ran desperately forward. Seeing this move of Lolo's, Asunlaya was stunned and spoke, "Where is that idiot going?" Lolo's feet suddenly flashed, stepping hard on the ground. He was full of energy, accelerating to the maximum and running straight forward. LV was running on the upper road and looked down below and saw Yu Ran running desperately on the track alone. He seemed to have waited for the opportunity. Elov used the power of his feet and stepped hard, causing the ground to sink. Then Al-Ur poured his strength into his feet and participated in the race again. Yu Ran, who was running ahead, saw Leo suddenly behind him and was a little stunned. Luck rushed in with a surprise attack. He quickly passed Yu Ran. Lo said arrogantly, "I am going first." "You turtle," he exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Elon suddenly stopped, creating a long line on the grass. This caused Yu Ran to be stunned. He widened his eyes and stood there looking without being able to say anything. Elditar turned his head to look at him with an extremely smug expression. The ground at this time began to crack, and then break according to the crack on the ground. Those student friends saw this scene and exclaimed in horror, "Did you see?" No joke. Everyone witnessed the entire race and was a little stunned. Yu Ran must be the fastest among the first-year students. To think that he could defeat him. But I am sure I heard that he has not learned aura footwork. Sla was also equally amazed. That is not aura footwork. That is Phoenix footwork. That guy is serious. Carr and Chiosi were happy to see AT and exclaimed, "Lily, whoa. Look cool. You are amazing. Look cool. You are so cool." In stood in the back observing every gesture. He stared at Yu Ran and thought to himself, Yu Ran used his specialty, light aura, and enhanced speed. Although I knew that from before. But that speed is amazing. Although Lubov is slower, but he knows how to control AT. He gathered and concentrated his fire type aura into his footwork, and create a unique aura footwork. That is an amazing application. Lo casually walked to Yu Ran's place and said softly, "Good fight. Yu ran. If it was a long-distance race, the result would be different. He was a little unwilling. Yu ran shrugged low shoulder and said loudly, "Get lost." And saw the collision just now and unconsciously smiled softly and said, "Among the disciples of the current generation, finally a hero has been born." Kiyosu was happy and excited to see Eldu's surprising result. "Look cool. That is great. I also want to practice with you." Car walked UV and said to Celia that, "But why does he like that guy and not me? He should also pay attention to me." She showed an indifferent expression and replied, "Is not it obvious?" Car was still standing there casually continuing, "Because the class is Zu Veach. So let us go to the kef everyone. I will pay today." Lovell calmly and not very happily replied, "Sorry, but you guys go alone." "What?" Car was stunned and spoke up to ask, "Where are you going?" Ella walked while replying, "Going to eavesdrop on the summoning classes." Car heard and did not understand. Why would a knight student eavesdrop on summoner classes? Asinlaya stood there with an unhappy expression and said, "I wonder what he is thinking." "You veet here." Lull walked and thought to himself, "There is something I still do not understand." He wondered that, why did the fairy king give me the oath as a reward? The reward of the hero's world is connected to the owner of the world. The reward I received is related to summoning. But Teacher Mbai is a pure mage who has nothing to do with summoning. Normally, I would receive an ability related to magic. He stopped by a cliff and continued to think. Moreover, to make a covenant with a fairy, I have to go to the fairy land. From now on, A2 will be useless. At this time, from behind him, a voice came. "So you are also eavesdropping on the summoning classes?" Elling turned around and was surprised to think to himself, "The leader of the East." She is smiling gently and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, student Yu. This is Chenexia, 17, the highest scorer in the Eastern exam." Lova also politely replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Chenexia." Chen politely replied, "Just call me Xa." Then she continued, "I am sure that Yuelv Duchu is a student of the Night Department. I did not expect you to also be interested in summoning." He looked at Chen and replied softly, "I am a bit interested in mentalism." She happily replied, "Then we will meet more often." Elun spoke up to ask further, "Can you tell me which soul you have made a covenant with?" Chen politely replied, "You Li. Can you show me your soul?" He shook his head and replied innocently, "I have not made a covenant yet." Chen exclaimed in admiration, "Really? If you need help in the future, then just call me. I will give you some advice on summoning souls." Seeing that enthusiasm of Chen's, Lala nodded in agreement and asked, "I will trust you, but how old are you?" Chen smiled and replied, "I am 17 years old. You Li, you are 15 years old. Right, I saw you talking to student Eslia." When he heard Chen's age, Lala was a little puzzled that, 17 years old, is quite doong. She looks younger than Chio Si. At this time both Chen and Love Icho stared at each other without moving. Chen came closer to him and asked, "You were just thinking something rude, were not you?" "Suspicious?" "Very suspicious." Lull averted his eyes and replied, "Not at all." Seeing such an expression, Chen could only laugh and say further, "But anyway, Yu Li, I was very impressed with your match with Yu Ran." Lullo exclaimed in surprise, You saw item." At this time I'll slowly walked to Chen's place and said, "Yes." Lo kept walking closer to Chen. She looked at him with determination and said, "One day, please, accept my challenge too." He smiled happily and replied, "Of course." Receiving his nod, Chen happily smiled brightly. Scene changed to the exploration class. Summoning Division. Walden and Eliza also appeared there with extremely serious expressions. The eyes, the attitude of the two people were both serious and a bit scary. El and Chu and Chen also appeared. He and she were also very serious for this event. Seeing that, Lo said dejectedly, "Is that all?" Chen, standing on the side, helplessly replied, "Well, summoning is not a very popular choice, and this is also an exploration class." Hearing it, he only nodded and replied, "Well, that makes sense. But to think that the class will be held here." Right at that moment, a huge beast appeared in the sky. As soon as it landed, everyone cried "Oh" in horror, a black dragon. Where did it come from? The black dragon approached a student. He fearfully backed away and shouted, "Get lost." At this time a strange face appeared, smiling softly and said, "AT's doing that because Ada likes you, kid." And that person quickly introduced. "It's a pleasure to meet you. First-year students. My name is Yura Marin." She smoothed her hair confidently and said, "I am the summoning teacher who will teach you next year." Yura Marin, the first-year summoning teacher of Lumine Academy. Seeing Yura's appearance, the students were stunned and thought, "I also want to become the teacher's summon." Alika, standing on the side, remembered the words that Duino had said before that, "Well, she is a woman with a beauty that is different from Lunai and Lysina. I can't help but feel interested." Elung happily thought in his heart, if Duino was here, he would lose his mind. After a little warm-up, Yura then spoke up. "All right. New kids. The fact that you are here must mean that you have some talent for summoning. Right?" The students all nodded in agreement. "Yes." She stood there with a confident expression and said, "It's good that your answer is so loud and clear. We will move to the training area right away." Right at this time, a bee stepped forward. Yura softly called, "Carlo." It was the appearance of Geprip Finn and Carlo. Yura solemnly introduced, "Here, Carlo is the assistant professor of the first-year summoning class." Next, Yura and Carlo summoned a Geprip Griffins and said, "You will go together in groups of 2. Step forward and ride the eagles." A student walked Uve and said fearfully, "This is our first time controlling eagles." Teacher. Hearing that sentence, Yura was a little angry. Her eyes lit up and said, "It sounds like you are saying that you do not want to listen to my lesson." Next, Yura counterattacked and said, "If you think you can't do AT, then go back." The black dragon at this time also spread its wings. Eta summoned a mysterious power to an alarming extent. All the students were stunned. Only Liga stood there observing carefully. Carlo softly and a little shyly said, "Now everyone, quickly follow the professor." The students competed to ride on the backs of the griffins and said, "AT's gentler than I thought." But there were also a few cases that went wrong. The Jeeper Rep Finn did not pay attention and always picked up a student. "Chirp, let me down." Chen at this time walked to Luko's place and offered, "Can I hold the reins of the eagle?" "Master Lhume." He only indifferently replied, "Whatever you want." The sun at this time had risen to the top. The students were still diligently practicing riding griffins, while Yura was still loyal to only the black dragon. She rode the black dragon to supervise her students. The students were still happily laughing and saying that, "To think that we are allowed to ride an eagle, just like expected from Lumine. Hey, switch. I also want to ride a T. Just a little more. You Vite here." Eliq and Chen were riding one. She excitedly cried, "Oh, I am a little worried. AT's much gentler than I thought." The boy sitting behind reminded Chen a few things. "AT's still best to be careful. Eagles are difficult to control summons for those who are riding for the first time." She put her hand gently on the smooth fur of the Gutha Repi Fin and said, "Although AT's so gentle." Because, while Ada was peaceful and quiet, Yura took a whistle and put Itai to her mouth to blow. The sound of the whistle seemed to stimulate the griffins that were flying in the sky. Their eyes that were normal suddenly became sharp, and sharp claws were revealed. The Geepy Ripfin softly roared, and the students fearfully exclaimed, "They do not listen. Why are they suddenly like this?" They earnestly begged for help. "Professor, save us." Yura heard that begging and only knew to smile softly and said that, "They still listened to the professor until now." She smiled maliciously. "Do you really think you can call yourself a student of Lumine Academy when you can't even control an eagle? Try controlling them yourself." On Oliu and Chen's side, they were also encountering some problems. The Geepripipfin suddenly rebelled, causing Chen to lose her balance. Eliq then stepped forward to take the reins and said softly, "Eagles have a lot of pride, so trying to subdue them with strength will only make them more reckless." He lightly held Chen's hand, causing her to shyly exclaim, "Look, cool. What are you doing?" Lul leaned into Chen's ear and encouraged, "Let us go." Then he and she controlled the aggressive nature of the Giba Reeb Fin together. "You Vite here." Yura riding the black dragon also noticed Lvo and Chen. "Did you see AT? Not bad." Seeing that, she then spoke up to call, "Carlo, the first-year representative is a candidate for the main knight. Right?" He nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I believe so." Yura held Lo's information card and read and said, "So he does not have his own eagle at home. How is he so good at riding one like that? No, he does not come from a noble family that owns an eagle." She stroked her chin and smiled softly. "So that is pure talent. Right?" Yura looked at Love confidently and enthusiastically. and then admired and said, "It seems that we have a hidden gem." Scene changed to the beach. Elon stepped down from the back of the Giga Rup fin and calmly walked. Suddenly he stared at the strange fruit on the tree and thought, about that size. Then he reached O and picked the strange fruit. Elo held the fruit up to look at AT and suddenly realized. A feather. Chen at this time ran UV to ask, "What is wrong, Master Lhu?" He only replied casually, "Nothing." Immediately after that, Lela gave the fruit to the Geeprupi fin and said, "Do not hesitate anymore and gather now." Yura at this time came to announce something. "From now on, you will have to take a practical exam." The students heard and were stunned. What? Practical exam on the first day? Everyone was dejected and gloomy, thinking that AT still an exploration class. So why, compared to the other two main exams, the road we have to take is much further? Yura glared and asked sternly, "Is there anyone here who does not know that?" Next, she summoned magic and said sternly that for summoning, 8 is not enough to just control mana. To make a covenant with a soul, you need to have a similarity with the soul. And to order a summon, you need to have the ability to tame. This is why the number of summoning heroes is much lower than the other two classes. Hesitating for a moment, she continued, "However, compared to other heroes, the ability for summoners to rise to become a hero is more than anything else. Did not all of you come here because you want to become that type of hero?" Right at this time, someone walked to Vite and frankly stated, "That is right." Ata was Elisa. She arrogantly walked to Vuv and said, "Then what kind of exam is this?" Elisa Hergen, the famous hero family of summoning in the north, the Hergen family. Yura seriously explained further, "This island is called Summoning Island. True to its name, there are many summoners here, because summoning is a form of weapon for summoners. We will test your ability to tame. The fin 10 of the exam is very simple." She smiled softly and explained further while walking, "Tame a summon beast in this forest and bring AT back. After taming and making a covenant, that summon will be yours." Right at that moment, a group of people ran Uve and said loudly, "Lumine Academy expects that." Lelun turned his head to see who AT was. He also heard the sentence, "Oh my god." The new student representative, Eliza, stood there and said softly that, "The rumors that you defeated Duran have spread, so can I expect to see you in the summoning class?" Hearing that, Walden and Chen were a little stunned with their mouths wide open, exclaiming. Lel turned around and slowly walked away. He also friendly waved his hand and said, "I am just trying my best." Seeing his indifferent appearance, Eliza was a little unwilling. She glared at him. Yura, seeing that, smiled secretly in her heart. It seems that those people will become the key members of the first year. Uvid here. A student was petting a deer. Lvu at this time happened to pass by the place of this student. Seeing Lugu's figure appear, everyone began to discuss and whisper, "Oh, AT's the new student representative. Is not that guy going too late into the forest? Let us leave him alone. If he does not tame a summon and gets 0 points, I am sure he will return to the main knight position." He walked while crossing his arms and wondered, does he think summoning is so easy? Ella unconsciously held a feather in his hand. Following that, the feather suddenly burst into flames. He looked at the fire burning on his hand and smiled softly. "Just like I thought. This is..." While standing alone, Lo suddenly had a strange feeling. The sky was still shining brightly. The sunlight reflecting on the water was dazzling. The sizzling of fried eggs and bacon created a cheerful sound. A gentle, calm voice spoke. "Lo will be okay. Right?" The person brought O a plate of hot food, saying as they walk, "It is only his first day of school. Running." She paused, turning her head to look. The person asked with concern, "Are you worried?" Flame suddenly erupted fiercely. Elokyu was trapped within that flame. Rena remained calm, saying, "What could possibly happen? Right?" Meanwhile, Lukul, facing the spreading flames, exclaimed in fear, "This intense heat. AT's one of the 3 great summoning sacred beasts. A phoenix." From within the flames, a voice echoed, "A Zerdinger brat. Are you?" The voice continued, "I smell Rain's fire." Lukul, stunned, asked, "You know my mother?" The mysterious voice replied, "Your mother? Ada, seems I am not mistaken." The mysterious voice continued, "If she has a child, he must be about your age." Do I know your mother? Of course, I do. I owe a great debt. Finally, the owner of the voice appeared. Farina. The Phoenix, one of the three mystical summoning beasts. Farina introduced herself. I am Farina, child of Avov. Lula politely responded. It's a pleasure to meet you. Phoenix Farina. He formally introduced himself. My name is Lopo Pluv. What is your connection to my mother? You said you owed her a great debt. Farina quietly replied. Rona saved my summoner's life. Ellen Lunda. Hearing this, Lulla was stunned and exclaimed, the hero Ellen Lunda. Farina continued. When Ellen was conquering a dungeon in Saren, she lost all her comrades and was even in danger of losing her life. Then, your mother came to save her. And at that time, Rona lost her flame Ra. If that had not happened, Urana would certainly have reached the status of a hero. Look cool. After listening, looked rather pensive. He sighed internally. Mother. Lo sadly recounted. My mother said she did not regret what she did that day. Farina nodded in affirmation. That is right. She is that kind of swordswoman. Ella looked up, questioning, but why are you in Lumine? Farina. She politely declined. I cannot tell you. But are not you a knight? What are you doing on this island? He looked at Farina with a determined expression. I am also taking the summoning class. She, upon hearing this, asked in surprise. What? Finally, she just smiled wryly, saying, Interesting. Ada truly is fate. A love. I can finally repay my debt to your mother. Then, Farina gently told him, Hold your hand and receive this. Look cool. She gave him a golden egg and instructed, This is my child. One day, when you become a great summoner, I hope you will form a contract. This summoner is fortunate to have been chosen to receive a tea. Hearing this, Lello cautiously asked, Can we do a tea now? Farina, not understanding, replied, What? Her eyes widened as she stared intently at Elavoy. Then she continued to explain, A tea's too early. Look cool. You could lose your life. Stop. Oh no, perhaps IT's already too late. Farina earnestly reminded Luch, being ready to challenge the impossible without flinching. Ada truly reminds me of Arnana. Good luck. After speaking, Farina transformed back into a small flame. He gently reached O and touched the flame. Suddenly, the flame surged rapidly toward his head. He frowned, uncomfortably exclaiming, The heat is making AT hard to breathe. This is Phoenix fire. AT's the result of this creature self-immolating to unleash powerful flames. They endure this pain every day. Life is reborn, and their bodies are eternally consumed by fire. Lella gently thought to himself, I understand your pain. He closed his eyes tightly and seriously considered, and I am willing to endure AT with you. Then Lull stood proudly amidst the raging flames, holding the golden egg. Suddenly, the eggshell began to crack. Lello's eyes flashed with determination, firm in his decision. Eventually, all the power of the flames was concentrated within the golden egg. Farina asked, Did you succeed? Lull wiped the sweat from his face and replied, I did 80. Seeing Olajano so happy, Farina was happy too. She chuckled and remarked, You are a genius. A love. You will become the #1 summoner in the world. You will become the #1 summoner in the world. Look cool. Congratulations on successfully forming a contract. Seeing her first child being born, Farina proudly announced, This child's name is Fia-Ra. Fia-Ra. The Phoenix, one of the 3 great mystical summoning beasts. She said happily, I entrusted this child to you because I have great faith. Look cool. Seeing her expression, paused in contemplation. But is this really a phoenix? Ata looks like a chick. Lello cradled Flora in his hands and gently sighed. Chirp. Ata's a chicken. Nearby, Yura stood cheerfully talking, Banana Cola. How cute. She suddenly turned her head and called, Oh, Carlo, how much longer? He raised his hand, showing 5 fingers. 5 more minutes. Yura looked around and said, 4 more people. Huh. Suddenly, a large black bear ran out of the forest. The bear ran up to Chen, who excitedly brag. Professor, you are not done yet. Are you? I have tamed a bear cub into a future knight. Impressive. Is not 8? As soon as she finished speaking, Chen looked up at the sky in a daze. 8 was Walden riding a Gepri fin. Chen, seeing him, exclaimed, an omen. This is a summon that even famous summoner families find hard to tame. Walden went up to Chen and softly asked, you have not formed a contract yet. That is good enough. Meanwhile, Elisa sat perched atop a Gorgon's head, shocking everyone. Elisa said with pride, I went ahead and formed a contract because my family does not have any summoning beasts right now. A Gorgon snake. Amazing. Carlo announced. Professor. Time's up.
Oh,
Right on time. The last student is here. At that moment, Elam emerged from the depths of the forest alone. On his head sat the adorable Flora, staying still on Aluvo's head. Everyone laughed and mocked him, seeing that he had brought back a chicken. What is that? Did he tame a chicken? How ignorant. He must have given up after feeling he was not capable of summoning. Yura, standing to the side, was utterly shocked by the scene. She looked at Luo and said, Holy crap, the son of... Flora happily nestled on Alo's head. He picked her up and confidently declared, AT's a phoenix. The scene shifted back to the school, where the setting sun signaled the end of the day. Lo straightened his tie neatly, his face revealing confidence. He walked up and gently knocked on the door. The person inside said, Come in. Inside was Yura's office. She was standing alone by her desk. Yura leaned against the desk and asked, I heard you were looking for me. Here, have a seat. Seeing Aliga sit down, she continued, You know, look cool. This is the first time I have ever seen a phoenix hatchling. He glanced at Yura and heard her continue. To be honest, I did not even know there was a phoenix on Summoning Island. And a new student forming a contract with a phoenix. That is unprecedented in the Academy's history. Suddenly, Lolo called in a daze. Professor. Yura stood in front of him, her expression serious, and asked, I know who you really are. Pluv. Faced with this question, Lova could only silently swallow. Suddenly, Yura hugged Leto tightly and said, You are a summoning genius, an unprecedented genius. She held him close and continued to express, I want to commend you on what you have achieved. But I think your contract with a phoenix should be kept secret for now. La looked up at Yura in a daze. She continued to look at him, saying, If a tease revealed, things will become chaotic. Yura placed her hand on his shoulder and seriously instructed, On the day the exploration classes end, make sure to choose summoning as your major. You have the talent to become a summoning hero and will be remembered forever. The next morning at the school, Chepalu walked down the hallway, yawning repeatedly. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, Your mouth is going to rip. Kakalu. Chiplu saw Lo and Kar approaching. Kar teased Tekalu, You look tired. She turned her head and said, I stayed up late reading magic books. Lo slowly walked up to her and asked, You are Chikalu Miuil, right? As he spoke, he handed Chepilu the student she had dropped. Here. Lo had picked it up earlier when they bumped into each other on the street. Seeing her student it again, Chilu exclaimed, She politely replied, So was you. Thank you. First year representative. But Ludi, Ada seems you will be taking the magic classes too. Chiwalu and Alu entered the classroom. The students sitting nearby muttered, Since we are still in the exploration phase, I want to participate in as many as possible. Mumble. 80's great. Since I am only interested in magic, I'm only taking magic classes. Mumble. Kar. Sitting nearby, leaned in and whispered to Luch, The Ice Queen is aiming for the top spot in the magic department. Her name is Teki Lumieli. As soon as he finished speaking, Kar cautiously stood up and said, Is Ada cold in here? He laughed confidently and declared, I think I will move to the back and... Just as he was being self-important, an icy attack suddenly appeared. Kakalu, sitting nearby, jumped up and said, Kar, come to the front seat with me. She forcefully dragged Kar and said, Ada seems you are interested in the class, so I will help you. He cried out for help. Look cool. Just then, someone entered and called, "Oh, look cool." He turned around and saw Avid and Chiosai enthusiastically waving. He. Lula was speechless with mixed feelings. A moment later, someone spoke. "It's a pleasure to meet everyone taking the magic classes." A man's foot slowly stepped in. The man entered and gently said, "I will be teaching you magic for the next year." The female students giggled with delight. "He is so handsome." Then this person formally introduced himself. "My name is Len Hors. Len Hors, professor of the first-year magic department at Lumeron Academy." Len placed his hand on a stack of papers and said, "Before we begin today's exploration class." Then he snapped his fingers. Immediately, an energy source appeared. Soon, each student had a test paper in front of them. Elinku picked AT up and read. Len continued, "You will take a theory of magic exam." The students exclaimed in shock. Surprised, "A test on the first day of exploration class." He nodded in response. "That is right. Students who do not meet the standards will definitely not be allowed to participate in my class." "What? If you are a Lumeron student, this is the standard. When you finish the test, give IT to my assistant." "And now." A student sitting below raised her hand and said, "Please give the completed test to me." Everyone. "This is Annap, the assistant professor of the first-year magic department." Lula picked up the test paper and was stunned to realize, is this really the current trend in magic? He wondered to himself, why is the formula so complicated? Then all you did not hesitate to pick up a pen and start working on the test. The clock also began counting down the time for the students to complete the test. During the test, some people were still exchanging answers. "Easier than I thought." Mumble. "But what is the answer to the last question? I have solved everything except that one." Elo held the test paper in his hand with a troubled face. "I have only solved one question." He brought AT to a nay with a trembling heart. "I should have learned more about modern magic before coming here." Well done. After walking out of the room, Lelo told himself, "I should study magic myself." He looked at the hourglass and said, "In the last 100 years, magic seems to have evolved a lot." As soon as the time ran out, Len snapped his fingers and all the test papers were automatically collected. Magic used to require perfect understanding. Now AT can be used just by memorizing the activation conditions. However, this development has reduced the overall level of magicians. Then Len turned and left, his back revealing a mysterious elegance. Len began summoning power into his hands. The energy spread throughout the room. The students exclaimed in admiration, "This is the essence of the magic I have created. I have created AT from beginning to end." Len simply said calmly, "I want to be someone who is capable of researching and creating my own magic." He clenched his fist and said, "That is why I made you take this test." Len leaned against a book and added, 49 questions, each worth 1 point, based on simple memorization. Len's expression became serious. He said sternly, "And the last question, worth 51 points, analyzes the true nature of magic. I hope everyone here will become a magician capable of solving AT." Kiyoshi looked at the test paper in her hand and sadly exclaimed, "No wonder that was the only question I could not solve." She looked UVA to Lo and wondered, "Diddle Yuva give up? I wanted to take the magic class with him. Is too bad." At this time, Anna came UVA and whispered something in Len's ear. Len was shocked to hear Annie say, "Professor, one student has solved question number 50. Suddenly, Len held his head in admiration. Then he began to search. "Where are you? Among you, there is someone who, for the first time in history, achieved a perfect score," he said eagerly with indescribable emotion. "Please stand up." "Who is AT? AT's not a perfect score." "Professor." Len was still stunned, saying, "Really? AT seems that some people were missed due to spending too much time solving the last question. Too bad, but also great. So, come on." Anna just shook her head indifferently. "That is not IT." Anna said something that stunned Len. "He only solved the last question." He eagerly asked, "What is his name?" Anna flipped through the student information and said, "AT student Luo Pluv." Len still called hopefully, "Student Luo Pluv, please stand up." Kar and Chikalu, sitting next to him, whispered, "AT seems he is not here. Where is he?" Kiyosai raised her hand and answered instead, "Student Yu, left after the test." That sentence made Len stunned. What? Meanwhile, Cecily inadvertently laughed aloud and asked, so he left after solving one question. Cecily ate as she continued to speak. A chick in the summoning class and only solved one question in the magic class. Look cool. You realize you are doing something wrong, right? If you are a great knight, you should focus on your swordsmanship. Lulled ice cream as he replied. Then, do you want to practice endurance with me? Silly. After hearing this, cautiously replied. A little. At this time, Len suddenly appeared behind Lavio and said, I see. So you are a great knight. Are you Liquaplov? Who mocked my class? Why did you leave after only solving one question? Were they so easy that you thought it was not worth answering? Lel went to a corner to talk privately. Professor, there seems to have been a misunderstanding here. I thought I did not pass the test. Ken, after hearing this, was stunned. What? He replied calmly. All the questions except the last one were too difficult, so I could not solve any of them. He paused. You mean? Lou still replied calmly. I taught myself magic by reading old magic books. That is why I am not sure about any of the modern ones. After listening, Len still did not quite believe time. Thinking, perhaps he. Then he picked him up and doted on him lovingly before the surprise of Luck and Seziatlaya. Lello still looked at Len with stunned eyes, as if his heart had something to say that he could not express. Len happily spoke. Come with me for a moment. Then Len pulled Lel's clothes and left with an expression of indescribable joy. Silly. Seeing this, also just frowned and said, Is that the professor of theoretical magic at Lumeron Academy, a rather eccentric man? Huh. And frantically ran to Vetch and asked, Did you see Professor Len? Silly. Something strange, Cecily replied calmly. He was just here a few minutes ago. And No was stunned after hearing this. Cecily continued, but he suddenly grabbed Lelvet and dragged him away. And Na, after hearing this, hurriedly ran to find them. She angrily thought to herself, Oh my god, that crazy guy. What is he planning to do this time? At this time, a strange object appeared. A steel bar appeared from the system screen. Len dragged Alo to the lecture hall and pointed to the problems. Solve these questions. Student Yu. He picked up the part and began to work. As he worked, Ali thought to himself, if he had not solved the last question just by luck, then he must have his own magic system in his head. Len saw his talent and smiled triumphantly. Thinking, now show me. I will see through your truth. You have solved them all. He turned back and said calmly in a gentle voice, I have solved them all. Len was stunned for a moment. Huh. He stuttered, asking, You have solved all of these questions in your head? Ellie nodded in affirmation. Yes. Sort of. Len, after hearing this, could only stand and look at him and exclaim. Finally. At this time, Enbai appeared. He slowly walked UVK to Len. Len, seeing this, frantically ran UV. On the corners of Len's eyes, there were some unexpected tears of emotion. In contrast to Len's enthusiasm, Enbai was indescribably cold. Just as he was about to leave, Len rushed to hug his leg and said, Hawk, Professor and B. Thank you very much. Enbai spoke decisively. This is not the first time I have seen you act, but today you have gone too far. Len, who was being punished by Enbai by being suspended in the air, hurriedly explained, he is a genius in magic. Love, the student you recommended, is the representative of the first year, is a genius. Hearing this, he was also stunned, Enbai inadvertently asked, Magic, is not he a knight? Len shook his head in affirmation. No, Lum must become a magician at all costs. I will not let his talent rot while wielding metal rods. Annette this time ran UVT. She came as if to rescue Len from Enbai's punishment. Just as she arrived, Len fell down. Enna spoke, sending him to the knight is an insult to magic. Take him away. When he saw himself being saved by Enna, Len could not help but gratefully exclaim, Thank you. Enna. She smiled awkwardly and said, We really have to go back to class. One day I will kill this madman. From afar, Lella was gradually approaching. Enbai also noticed his appearance. He turned his head to look at Alucho with a bright face. Look cool. Seeing this, was not interested at all. He still looked at Mbai calmly. He stood behind Mbai and thought in silence. Magicians have not changed Duviki time. They are all lunatics. Time flies to a week later. The end of the temporary classes. Lel held a power book on which was titled, Kiyu. The initial great hero is actually a fraud. After reading the book, Lo sat alone. His mood fell into indescribable thought. At this moment, a few people frantically ran UVP. Kallian at this time sat in the office and also heard strange noises. In led people in and said, "At's unbelievable. Principal." He held the profile in his hand and continued, "Please see this." Len and Yura were arguing fiercely. Elaku must come to our faculty. In calmly went to beg, "No, he must come to the night faculty." "Wait, that is not what I meant. This has never happened in the Hero Military Academy." Seeing the three of them arguing about Lo like this, Kallian inadvertently laughed aloud. "Ho ho. Good. I will. This reminds me of a hero who is said to be fictional." Hearing this, all three of them were stunned. "What?" Kallian slowly stood up and gently continued. "The fifth great hero, also known as the initial great hero." He glanced to the window, expressing his thoughts. Kiyu, the only one who was a master of all professions in history. Outside the window was a huge playground, with fresh air and rows of green trees. Estonli and Chiosi were diligently practicing their morning runs. Seeing this, Kar suddenly asked, "Goodness, they are exercising on the weekend." Lo sat in a corner, observing the two of them, and replied, "Kiyosi asked me to train her." Kar, still a bit confused, responded, "Then why are they just running? Where are their weapons?" Silly, tired and of breath, still tried to speak philosophically. "There is something more important than weapons. That is our endurance." Kiyosi went to Kar's side and said with a frown, "Endurance is the most important aspect of a combat mage. That is why we need to run." "Move aside, Kar." Then he stepped aside to let Chiosai sit. The girl smiled, full of energy, and said, "At's great to run on the weekend. I have missed this. I want to run with you too. Look cool." Hearing her, Lova blankly replied, "Really? Silly." Sitting next to her drinking water, suddenly choked with a sputtering sound. Kiyosi frowned in disgust. "Gross. What is wrong with you? Look cool." Hearing this, proudly replied, "I was going to run with you anyway. What is with being so rude?" Sevle angrily stood up and retorted, "But I did not say I would run with you." Kar, sitting next to them, did not understand what was happening. He vaguely asked, "What is going on between you two? Why are you so close?" "At first, I thought you two were dating." Esonlia became even more annoyed after hearing this. She rolled her eyes and said, "Oh my god, he is my cousin, my aunt's son." Kiyosai could not help but be stunned and exclaim, "You are a member of the Zerdinger clan." She quickly replied, "Not really. There are some family circumstances, but never mind." Hearing this, Elling stood up and asked, "Then, shall we really do AT?" Kiyosi, seeing this, enthusiastically shouted, "Okay, let us go." Kar also stood up. He rolled his eyes and said confidently, "Then I will go explore the city of Lumeria." At this time Quim quickly grabbed Cecily and pulled her along. "Take me with you." Ack. Kar, seeing the scene, could not help but exclaim, "Why do not I have any proper nobles in my life?" Time passed, and finally the day of assignment came. Elika walked to room 1 to 5 and proudly opened the door and walked in. Kar, seeing him, enthusiastically called, "Oh, look cool. You V'd here." He went to Kar and asked in a serious tone, "You already knew I was in class 5? Kar smiled and replied, "There is nothing I do not know." You noticed his surroundings and inadvertently exclaimed, "Kios is here too." The girl was immersed in an unfinished sleep. Still muttering, "Look cool. Hello." Kar looked at Locho for a moment and asked, "What did you make her go through this weekend?" He lazily replied, "Just some ditch stuff." Kiyosi, still not awake, mumbled nonsensically, "Never again." Some student spoke up mockingly, "Oh my, so this is class 5, the class of suffering. I wonder how many of them will be left after the first semester. How pitiful for the juniors. Condolences. As soon as they finished speaking, they heard a voice coming from behind them. Pitiful, in my opinion. You two are much more pitiful. The two of them fearfully turned their heads to see who AT was. The man bluntly exclaimed, "Head seat. This is Herod Edmond, homeroom teacher of Class 1.5 of Lumeron Academy." Nicknamed the Invisible Devil, Herod then slowly walked in a very calm manner to the seat. He pulled up a chair and politely greeted them first. "It's a pleasure to meet you useless things. This is the class for the rejects, those with the lowest scores among all the new students. You must have heard the rumors about me, right?" Class began. Herod asked the class, "The Invisible Devil, does anyone here know why I personally took on the role of homeroom teacher of this class?" Carr timidly raised his hand and replied, "To help us improve our scores. Right?" After answering, Herod looked directly at him and softly asked, "Carthamet, this is indeed the typical answer of those who are ranked last." Then Herod asked again, "Does anyone in this Jepa Rupif of rejects understand the duty of a Lumeron student?" Kiyosai raised her hand and answered, "AT's to explore the world of heroes through real-world missions." After the girl answered, Herod commented, "That is exactly right, but all I see are weaklings, who will die as soon as they set foot in the world of heroes. AT's better to expel this entire class. Those pathetic people who only know how to burden their teammates and then die meaninglessly. That is why I decided to take on Class 5. And that is also why I am known as the Invisible Devil." While lecturing enthusiastically, Herod noticed Loco listening intently to the lesson. He glanced at Elodo and sighed softly. "Oh, this one might survive." And Herod spoke and ordered, "Everyone, quickly change clothes and go to the training ground." Soon the students gathered at the stadium. Herod loudly ordered, "AT's time for combat class." The students had all changed into uniforms and lined up neatly. The umbrellas for shade and rain were also opened. Chairs and small items were prepared. Herod sat in a chair, enjoying the shade, and happily said, "This lesson aims to correct the wrong thoughts that you have formed since entering Lumeron Academy. What do you think will save you in the real world, where death can come at any time?" A girl spoke up, wondering, "Would not teammates be the ones to protect us?" "This is Nella Carvin. Special night note, Aura recovery." Noticing the question, Herod calmly replied, "That is your ability. Only when you hone your skills, making them shine through all dangers, can you start to help your teammates. But are you confident in your ability to protect your teammates?" Then a confident hand went up. "I am confident." "Professor Herod." Herod suddenly sighed. "Then let us consider your ability as a magic knight. Create a fireball." Herod loudly called the name. Enlini, Enliana Laden, Dual Cultivation Magic Knight. He held a carton of milk in his hand and slowly said, "A's empty." Alina softly went and replied, "With that fireball, I do not even believe you could kill an ant. What if you infused more mana into a tea? What do you think?" Herod, seeing this, was a little puzzled. "You not only summoned 2 fireballs but also doubled their size." Then he spoke and praised, "That is quite impressive." Then he continued, "Now try using your proud fireball to attack this little classmate." As soon as he finished speaking, a wind spirit appeared. Ada launched straight towards Ileana. The little wind spirit stood in front of Liana and suddenly laughed, its hand stroking her nose. Seeing the humiliation right in front of her, Liana could not help but grit her teeth, growling. Then she used her strength to blow the wind spirit away. The wind spirit returned to Herod as usual. He sat quietly observing for a while and only said, "Increasing AT to 2 fireballs and still not hitting. What is the point? Have you finally understood? All of you lack the ability to use your skills effectively." Herod instructed the students, "You must train yourselves to overcome your own limits. Or have you forgotten everything? If you do not catch the sin, this class will not end. Descendants of Lumeron, unleash all your power." Lucool, hearing Herod say this, also fell into deep thought. Although his words are a bit harsh, they are very true. He went to the front and wondered, "Should I join in too?" Herod sat in the big chair and said softly, "Let us see. Love, will you fail miserably like the fictional hero Ko or not?" Then the wind spirits appeared. Everyone tried their best to attack. The wind spirit was also very agile. Ada did not give up so easily. At this time, A strange new energy appeared, dyeing the entire space red. Atai emitted crackling sparks that were really deafening. A figure was running inside that power, someone who could control that source of energy. Atai was lifted. He accelerated and ran very fast forward. A nearby voice rang. Or will he be the one to reach the top in all professions? Kiyoshi, seeing that Atai was him, exclaimed in surprise, "Damn he is too fast." Kar, standing to the side, gasped tiredly. Hawk, how are we going to catch him now? Luck continued to accelerate and run steadily. He was getting closer and closer to his goal. Lul jumped far, looking like he was almost touching the sun. The wind spirit appeared at the same time. Atai happily rushed towards it, but he hurriedly put his hand out as if to catch the wind spirit alive. Atai relied on the advantage of its small size to temporarily dodge Atai. Lul glanced at the wind spirit and smiled softly. His hand spread out and a new energy appeared. The energy chased the wind spirit as if wanting to catch Atai alive. But a boy in the front suddenly appeared and hurriedly grabbed the wind spirit. The boy caught the wind spirit and hurriedly landed on the ground. Atai ran. He glared at Lutiu. The wind spirit lay snugly in his hand, still struggling and crying. Then a clapping sound as if to order the class to gather. At this time, Sejin brought Yu Ran and said, "It seems we, Class 1, should teach you a few lessons." "Right, Sej. Homeroom teacher of Class 1.1 of Lumeron Academy." Special note, ranked second in the graduation class poll. Harrod was still lying enjoying the shade and said, "Oh, really? So you will teach this class for me?" Harrod Edmund, homeroom teacher of Class 1.5 of Lumeron Academy. Nicknamed, the Invisible Devil. He glanced slightly. Special note, ranked first in the graduation class poll. Sejin, seeing Harrod's nonchalant attitude, looked a little angry. Kar, standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise, "Is this a confrontation between the two pillars of Lumeron Academy?" Lovell calmly asked, "Pillars?" Kar continued to answer, "Both teachers have been teaching at this academy for 20 years already, according to what I have heard. Professors An, Yura and Len are students of the two of them." As he was enthusiastically explaining, Nell went to Kar and sighed in amazement. "Whoa. Really? How do you know that?" He scratched his head embarrassedly and replied, "I am really quick at eavesdropping." Kiyoshi, seeing this, gasped, "Oh my god." Sejin went to Harrod and said intimately, "Harrod, I do not know what your intentions are in choosing to take on this failed class, but I will find out soon. I propose a contest between Class 1 and Class 5. He was slightly stunned. Sejin still stood there and continued, "As for the Keen 10, 8 is Lumeron's traditional sport. Basteria." Basteria. Immediately Harrod stood up and replied, "As I expect, you really are a genius. Learning through Ryo combat is the most effective." Sejin asked in amazement, even though Class 1 might win. Harrod still calmly sat back in his chair and replied, 8 is no problem. After that, you can still continue teaching." Hearing this, Sejin gnashed his teeth in anger and thought to himself, "Why did I lose to him in the graduation class election?" In some ways, Sejin looked quite pitiful. He angrily went and called Class 5. Harrod slowly stood up and went closer to the class and announced, "I am giving you a chance to practice using skills. That is, to fight Basteria with Class 1. Everyone was stunned to hear this. Basteria. He seemed to suddenly remember something. By the way, if you fail, all of you will be expelled." Seeing Harrod's scary face, everyone was afraid and dared not say anything. Tide, standing nearby, asked, "Are you serious? This is only our first class." Lina also joined in and said, "Class 1 has up to 3 captains. You know that." Harrod only replied calmly, "Therefore, do your best to overcome your own limits." He also instructed a few more things. In addition, Harrod put his hand on his head and continued, "There is also one worrying problem." He looked straight at Elwido and said, "That is the student representative of the first year in our class. Choose 6 representatives to participate in Basteria with you." Look cool. He was stunned for 5 seconds after hearing this. Lulling sighed inwardly. This is clearly a test. But I feel that Professor Harrod is looking at me with a different look. Not just dislike. In just 1 week at Lumeron, Many children have lost their spirit, and now the reason is too obvious. Teacher Herod probably wants me to lead the class 5 kids. The ones that look like they have lost their way. Thinking of Sejin, Lo suddenly decided, so, something must happen to change the situation of this Basteria match. A way to lift the spirits of Class 5. Soon Yuran and Selai appeared, the two representatives of Class 1. Lumeron Academy. On this side, Loho also Strodo, he represented Class 5. Lumeron Academy. He looked to Chiosi and said, "You look scared." The girl fearfully confided, "Look cool. I guess you have never heard of the Basteria match. Because you are from the suburbs. Basteria is a combat sport and a long-standing tradition at Lumeron. Look cool." After hearing this, frowned. AT's just a ball game. Carr leaned in and whispered to Lucia, "AT's not just a ball game. The problem is that AT's a very dangerous sport." Suddenly someone came and called Chiosai. "Hey, Kiyosi. Why do you look so scared?" AT was Cecilia. She laughed loudly. Mocking Chios, "Are you ready to receive a terrible defeat?" Hearing that insult, the girl could not help but shout loudly, "Who is scared? Do you really think I will lose to the Jerlinger house?" Lella went and put his arm around Carr and Chiosai and said, "Do not worry. Our class will not lose." Cecily was so angry that her face turned pale. She pointed at him and said, "Tech. Look cool. You too. I will show you the results of my special training." Chikalu also appeared. She glared seriously and said, "I will not lose this time." Love. Sejin had arrived. He spoke and ordered, "Contestants from the classes, please come to this place." Lova looked at his class and asked, "Who is going with me?" A foot was leisurely walking on the grass. Ada was Chiosi. She said confidently, "I will show them what is what." Anlini, who went next to her, was no less confident. "Losing means being expelled. So I will fight to my last breath. I will prove my ability to Teacher Herod." At this time Nella and Tide appeared. Then there was a reluctant call. "Carr, your remaining spot." "Right." He trembled and hid behind someone and said, "But why?" Lull stood up and announced to Sejin, "Class 5 is full." "Teacher." He nodded and replied, "Very good. So now." Then Sejin took 2 heavy balls in his hand. He did not hesitate to throw the 2 balls into the sky. This made a lotto and everyone stunned. Tide and his teammates on this side were all highly concentrated. Class 1 was no less. Focused eyes appeared. Immediately after, the announcement whistle rang. The game begins. Ella Q and Du Ran fought against each other in this round. Both aimed at the ball. Yu Ran won the ball first. Good. Class 1 had the first moves. Lel immediately went down to Tide and said, "Tide, briefly explain the rules to me." He began to explain. "The rules of Basteria are simpler than you think. Use internal force to shoot the ball into the goal without using your hands or feet. The team that leads by 2 points first wins." Tide Marco. Summoning department. Voice full of determination rang. "Oh, AT's coming. Get ready." Carr stood on the fly with a spirit that was not confident. He fearfully stared blankly. Immediately after, Yu ran through the ball straight forward. The ball rushed to Lo with a rapid speed. This still made him panic. At the decisive moment, L leaped high. That ball fell and then bounced high right where Carr was. Lelo landed safely. He was still closely observing the opponent. All of Class 1 was standing and cheering. "You ram, go for 80. But Class 5 was silent. Everyone was afraid and dared not say a word. Tide sadly went vuvu and said, "Maybe Teacher Herod planned to expel us all." Lel turned back and asked Tide a few ways. "How do we gain control of the ball?" He gently replied, "There are 3 ways. When the ball goes out of bounds in the opponent's turn. When we catch the ball. And," as he was explaining carefully, Nella appeared and shouted, "Dodge." Seeing this, Elachu and Tide turned their heads to look. Homely and was hit in the body by the opponent throwing the ball. That ball was Esti Lea's. She went UV with a smug look and asked, "What are you guys talking about there? Should not you be focusing on the match?" Tide went to support Lionat. He still tried to explain to Lush, "You can't directly attack or block the opponent." Just now, that was the 3rd time, when a member of the Thim was unconscious after being hit by the ball. The only tactic is to attack with the ball itself. Look cool. After hearing this, picked up the ball. He lightly replied, "Thanks for explaining." Then he held the ball in his hand with an extremely smug look. On the screen was displaying the situation of the match online Aladdin. Unconscious. The two professors Herod and Sejin stood outside observing the match. Sejin frowned seriously and thought to himself, "The thing with players who possess strong fire attributes will have an absolute advantage at Basteria. And among those in the house, the fire of Zerdinger surpasses all." Sejin looked UV to Herod and asked, "You still agreed even though you knew Salaya Zerdinger was in my class? I do not know what your intentions are, but AT will be very difficult for your class to win. Why are you acting morally?" Herod only replied calmly, "Sejin, do you still remember our first student, the child who came from the Zerdinger house?" Remembering the past, Herod then recounted, "Of course, how could I forget? The Queen of Basteria. The child of that very queen is in class 5. Hearing this, Sejin was stunned and said nothing, only his eyes seriously looking at Herod. The wind just passed through the stadium. Everyone on class 5's side was a little discouraged. "We are doomed. Why did I get into Lumine?" At this time Asevlai went VE, her eyes burning, said, "And so easily. AD seems you have finally made up your mind." Elikil was still holding the ball in his hand with a new brilliant will. He put all his strength into throwing the ball forward. A shout rang, "Oh, AT's coming. Be careful. Herg." Immediately after, the ball that Lalu threw flew as fast as lightning forward. Just one throw caused the Radosi in the back to crack and break. Right on the Rathaf, a large hole appeared. Chikalu inadvertently sat down on the ground. She smiled softly and sighed in admiration. "Look cool. As long as I am here, scoring is not Look quickly interjected Chetlu's words. "Possible." He went to her ear and whispered to Chalu, "That is what you mean. Right?" Then he jumped to the hole of the Rukhas and retrieved the ball. Right at that moment, a strong gust of wind appeared, causing Cheplu to be cautious. Sejin, sitting outside, also sighed in admiration. His combat ability is truly amazing. Seeing that the situation had been reversed, Herod smiled slightly smugly. The friends in Class 5 were all cheering enthusiastically. "Love, go." Class 5. Sejin, standing outside, smiled softly and thought, I see. The game has just begun now." Then the battle became more intense and tense. The two classes clash like oil and water. Tide, in the midst of the fight, also takes a hit to the gut from his opponent. Then he falls to the ground in pain. Chilu attacks with all her might. Yu Ran, holding the ball, is also serious. He focuses on charging towards Huna. Then Yu Ran puts all his strength into throwing the ball hard. At that moment, a high-voltage current appears. Someone bravely reaches a hand to catch the ball. Atis Kar. Everyone calls his name in shock. Kar. After catching the ball, he smiles weakly and says, My mun is all used up." Then Kar throws Atis straight towards Lazo, saying, "The rest is up to you." "Look cool." Kyoc and Leonie help Kar, saying, "Good job, Kar." The screen shows the score, 10-10, a tie, but their opponents are the top 3 students. He walks UV, bends down to pick up the ball, and the referee adds, "And we only have a local left. We are at a disadvantage." Lela picks up the ball with an extremely serious expression. Kakalu, still burning with determination, thinks, "I might fail my magic theory test, but this time, I won't fail." Immediately after, Chaolu uses a clone technique. All the first-year students stand guarding the most crucial spot. Cecilya fiercely commands, "Come on. Look cool." Hearing the challenge, LEQ gets into a ready stance. As quick as lightning, he runs forward with the ball. This surprises the opponents, who think he is so fast. Alone skillfully dribbles the ball forward. Sevlai shouts in alarm. He is not even trying to attack. He is just focused on scoring. Kakalu. Shilu frowns, thinking, a trick. Too common. Which one is Re? The Re one. The Re one. Seeing Lugu's trick, she realizes in astonishment. This magic. In that instant, Chilu freezes, her eyes vacant. Suddenly, Chalu collapses to the ground with a thud. She keeps muttering, "The magic of the stars." Chuckle Lu looks at O and thinks, how can a human use the magic of the O race? At that moment, the screen displays the victory score. The winning them is Class 5. The stands erupt, chanting his name. Look all. Look all. Seeing Class 5 win, the other two boys hug each other. Sobbing. I am so happy. We are not getting expelled anymore. I was so scared we would be sent straight home. Sejin, standing outside, asks, bit confused. Expelled. What are they talking about? Harrod nonchalantly replies. Should I call that motivation? The students from Class 1 sit dejectedly on the 5. Seeing his students like that, Sejin can only sigh with Hartach. Just then, someone approaches. At Sejin, walking towards Cheap Lu. He reaches O a hand and asks, why are you so upset about losing? She tearfully replies, Professor. Sejin helps Keklu up and says, when the match ends, regardless of the outcome, you should still pay your respects to your opponents. All of you worked well together to try and secure the victory for Class 1. Those who cheered for their friends, and those who gave AT their all on the 5. That is why you should stand tall and hold your heads high. Hearing this, everyone is moved, exclaiming, Professor Sejin. Interrupting the touching moment, Harrod shouts from outside, hey, losers, come you veep here for another round. Sejin grits his teeth in annoyance. That jerk. Then Harrod and Sejin both approach to encourage. Both classes did very well. Sejin adds, Class 1 proved their talent and ability. And Class 5 did not give up until the end and gave AT their all despite the challenges. They clearly understood their limitations and successfully overcame adversity. I hope you will all cooperate and compete fairly. Then he orders, shake hands. Zelai says to Chiosi, I did not expect you to last that long. I thought you would collapse sooner. The girl laughs and replies, I should be saying that. You are pretty tough. I thought you were, like, an inkfish. Car shakes hands with Zhu Ran. Grinning, Prince, we won this time. But Zhu Ran does not react. Hup. Kakalu, on the other hand, is still tormenting herself, her head bowed. Sobbing. Lel approaches, reaching out to comfort her. You were great. Kakalu. With a little more experience, you will definitely go even further. Chubolu replies tearfully, are you kidding me? But Lokyu just gives her a friendly smile. Chiplu tells herself, someday, I will defeat you. Then the two shake hands earnestly after the match. Time flies, and a month later, while chatting happily, Car speaks up, by the way, what clubs are you guys thinking of joining? Lu casually replies, I am considering creating a club. Car sputters O his food in shock and asks, creating a club? Kiyoshi, who was splashed, angrily responds, have some manners when you eat. Then Chiosa turns to Lo and asks, if Ulvu's doing that, I would love to join. What kind of club is AT? He calmly replies, AT is a hero research society. Hearing this, Car and Chiosi ask in unison, a hero research society. Lo firmly says, I want to research more about forgotten heroes and the early great hero, Kiyu. Kiyu. He is not someone forgotten. He is fictional. Hearing this, Car exclaims, A does not seem like anyone would want to join that club. Kiyosai angrily retorts, so, AT's just me joining Luchu. I want to join. At this moment, the students all gather and run outside. Woo, they are back. Car is no exception. He stands up and says, oh, that is right, AT today. Kiyosai asks, confused. What is? Then the three of them run out to see what is going on. The day the fifth-year students return after clearing a hero dungeon. Fragments of books documenting heroes were scattered throughout the world, occasionally sowing chaos and creating dungeons. They are known as hero dungeons, the seniors of Lumine. Watching this, Eliku thinks to himself, to clear those dungeons and recover the fragmented records of heroes, they will be gone for at least 2 weeks, sometimes more than a month. His heart is filled with emotion. Thinking, maybe my mom went like that too. Kiyosa blurts out, whoa. They are the top of Lumine. A man appears, and everyone exclaims in admiration. The muscular Oriental at the front is Senior Lee Jiamu. The southern woman next to him is Senior Tora Y. And I think the pale-skinned person in the Hichuli is Senior Ulta. Har sadly replies, but I do not see that person. Asks, who? Har hastily replies, the top person in Lumine, the student council president Rise. As he says this and turns around, he can't find a Lu. Oh. Right. Look cool. You. Huh. Where did he go? Cecilia grabs his hand and pulls him outside. Asks. Confused. Silly. What is wrong? She bluntly requests, you have to come with me to this place. He asks. Puzzled. Where? Cecilia bluntly replies, Lumeria City. The student council president wants to see you immediately. Hearing this, Lully frowns and asks, the student council president, why does he want to see me? Sevlia sighs helplessly. Oh. You do not care about school at all. You will know when we get there. After arriving, she asks Loves, puzzled, I wonder why he chose this place. He replies, confused, what? A's nice. Hearing this, Esali is suddenly overjoyed. She jumps and hugs someone, calling out, brother. Riz appears, smiling friendly and greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you. Love. I have heard a lot about you. You are aiming to become an all-rounder, right? Riz Jerlinger, commander of the Knights, Lumeria Student Council president. 5th year. Soon after, all three enjoy a meal. Riz politely asks, is everything to your liking? Loads. Yes. He turns to ask her, what about you? Silly. She looks at her plate and says, this is my first time eating this. Then Celia quickly puts the food in her mouth and enjoys it. She exclaims, it's so delicious. Riz laughs and replies, this is the restaurant I have wanted to take you to for a long time, ever since you came to Lumeria. Then he turns to Lolo and asks, I never expected you to be her son. He asks back, have you ever met my mother? Riz calmly replies, I saw her a few times before. After all, she was very famous when she was in school. Lubbo is stunned for a moment and says, my mother. Riz nods, that is right. She is a legend, did so many extraordinary things. For example, she said the dessert in the dormitory cafeteria was terrible. Then gathered all the students and stormed the principal's office. Cecily exclaims in surprise. So she was the main character in that famous incident. Riz and Sevilla look at each other and smile lovingly. Hearing all this, Ellie falls into thought. As expected, he deserves to be the strongest in Lumine. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a hero. Suddenly, Riz jumps up and suggests, now, let us go get some dessert. Cecily happily agrees, yes. Riz takes some money to pay in advance and says, I will pay, so go ahead. As soon as all Q leaves, Riz frowns. He stares in shock at his hand. Something is flashing. He asks in disbelief, why is it here? Cut to the classroom. The blackboard is covered with knowledge summarized by the professor. A student stands up and says, Professor Herod, I have a question. Calmly replies, Elena Layden. Go ahead. What stupid question are you going to ask? Elena stands up and asks, why does not our class choose a class president? I heard that other classes have one. Tied beside her agrees. Oh, that is right. Harris picks at his ear and says, class president. Right. I forgot about that. He looks around and nominates. Look cool. Can you take on the role? Enlai blurts, huh. What? Tide asks. Confused. Professor, should not we elect them through a democratic vote? At this moment, a stack of books appears on the desk. Enlai remembers saying in the past, class president, take these and sort and organize them. Thinking of this, she immediately shuts up and sits down silently. Just then, the school announcement comes vive the loudspeaker. We will now begin the joint hero studies class. All first-year students, please prepare to go to the auditorium. I repeat. Hearing this, Laliku speaks up. Professor, should not we get ready? Herod nods in praise. You look like a class president. Soon after, The students gather and head to the auditorium. L and Q and Car are walking when they suddenly stop. Car stares in admiration. 80's Chikalu. Looking dazed. L and Q and Car greet her. Hello Kilu. You look tired. She replies warily. Do you have any recovery potions left? Can you sell them to me? Then Car gives Chilu his 2 potions. He rummages in his bag and says, I only have these 2 left. Look cool. Standing beside her, asks Chiklu concerned. The new year just started. Do not you think you are overworking yourself? But she does not care and drinks both potions. After drinking, Chiblu carefully wipes her mouth with her hand. Then she turns and leaves, saying, I've lied. Seeing this, Car is shocked and exclaims, Whoa, that is amazing. She is a top student in magic theory. Kiyoshi, standing beside him, is also puzzled. I think Chap Lu can't help but worry at this time. She thinks and continues. When Null discovers the latest magical trends, he is improving very fast. Maybe the next exam will bring surprises. Car asks innocently, What is wrong with being second? Kiyoshi Are you brainless? Stupid. She is a magic tower. At this moment, a person appears, holding a scepter and says loudly, I am a combat mage, so I do not care if I am a little weak in theory. But researching and discovering new magic is the core of the mage tower. Her pride is being threatened. Kiyoshi asks Car with a frown, Are you really a mage? He confidently replies, Of course, I use magic to survive. Car also says proudly, Perhaps survival magic is what I am most proud of. Chuckaloo still hears the 2 arguing. Kiyoshi shouts angrily, Die. On this side, someone is wiping the surface of a potted plant leaf with a cloth. Kallian slowly appears. He walks and says, The torn page about the legendary hero reacted. Kallian is not too sure of the answer. Is it true that the torn page of this hero epic reacted? Riz frankly reveals the current situation. Yes. Although AT was so badly damaged that AT could not react, AT really did react, and there were no antiques around at the time. He still holds a hope. Did A react again? Unfortunately, the answer can't fulfill that wish. No. Ada seems that Kallian is not disappointed but is pondering something. A few minutes later, he makes a decision. I will investigate this further. Then he does not forget to encourage and praise Rise. You must be tired after just returning. Well done. Next, he closes the box and calls someone. Yelling. She immediately appears with a solemn air. Yes. Headmaster. Kallian immediately entrusted a new task. Take this to the auditorium. The origin of everything. The first-year joint class is about to begin. The other party quickly accepted. Yes. I understand. Only he was left in the room with many thoughts. Sometimes, small pages like this can also react. If the chosen one in the hero epic touches A-tie, A2 will react. Lumeron Academy's lecture hall. Although A2 was time for class, everyone was still talking lively like a market. The only person standing on the podium with a worried expression was Arshian Nier, the professor in charge of classes 1 and 8, the professor in charge of hero studies for first-year students. Everyone, please be quiet. Even so, the sound was like a drop in the ocean among countless students. However, she was not a soft persimmon for others to climb, move on, and ride on. Everyone, a dangerous energy fey emanated, turning everyone pale. If you do not want to get hit. Arshian's vicious personality finally lost control. Shut up, you damn brats. Do you all want to die? Her 180-degree change caused all the students to be as obedient as quails. Which one should I deal with first? At this moment, she had unintentionally unlocked resilient Arshian and Mit. None of these kids listen. But just a second later, the ear-piercing scream suddenly stopped. Huh. She returned to the kind-hearted teacher version from a few minutes ago. Finally, 8 is quiet. The students were embarrassed and no longer dared to judge by appearance. Thank you. Everyone. The students who were still trembling because they could not get used to A-tie thought. So scary. A-T still terrifying no matter how many times I see A-T. She is really scary. Boo-hoo. Lukul, on the other hand, was calm as if he was not affected at all. So she is a psychic. Even in my previous life, psychics were very rare. Arshian continued her teaching career. We will start the joint hero studies class for first-year students. She explained while holding a dagger in her hand. After the appearance of the hero epic, the reason why hero families appeared is to create the world of heroes. Something closely linked to that hero is needed. Therefore, the descendants of heroes can open the hero world more easily. This is why Lumeron Academy, which stores hero records. And these families have leap connections. Even if this is political, Arshan also gave examples so that everyone could relate more easily. AT's like the relationship between a key and a treasure. In contrast to Kar, who had fallen asleep several times, Lelo was one of the few who actively followed. Interesting. She was still focused on teaching even though Elena suddenly appeared. Now, do you all understand why heroes are so important? Everyone unanimously answered. Yes. Arshana also felt pleased with this obedience. Hero studies is important because ATI helps us find a way to conquer the hero world or understand them better. When you turn 5 years old, you will choose a hero to inherit their power and try your hand at their hero record. It was then that she noticed Yelena coming closer. Even so, her lecture was not interrupted. Everyone. Instead, she used the artifact from earlier as proof. This is a fragment of the hero epic, brought back by Lumeron's 5th-year students. Arshan slowly opened the box under everyone's gaze. Facing her were the eager and expectant eyes of the newcomers. She did not hesitate to close it tightly, cutting off everyone's hope. All right, before experiencing this fragment of the hero epic. Then she gracefully shifted the attention to another issue. Let us talk about the goals you want to achieve as a hero. Sevilla was the first to volunteer to answer. I want to become the top knight, surpassing even the previous generations of my family. Arshan greatly admired the other party's ambition. Oh, that is a good goal. Next, Chekalu followed the previous person. I want to write a book containing my own magic. Other students also became more willing to share. Among them was Kar's enthusiasm. I want to become a supporter for heroes. He could not help but smile with satisfaction at the compliment. Kar wants to become a supporter. That is great. But the shocking bomb that Alelido dropped immediately erased the harmonious atmosphere of the classroom. My goal is to completely destroy Robos. Arshan was stunned by his unique style. Kar was also no less surprised to see this level of recklessness for the first time. Sejin and Herod, who came to audit the class for fun, were so surprised that they were speechless. However, with her professionalism, Arshan quickly regained control of the situation. Your goal is really amazing. All right, next. Even so, there were still those who liked to gossip behind their backs. Is he delusional? Ha ha ha. It seems that the dream of the first-year student representative is on another level. Sejin carefully asked his friend's opinion. What do you think? Herod also shared honestly. At's a bit C-rip-P, because he is not the type to talk about dreams. In an instant, he was immersed in a tragic past. At's been millennia since Orobos was divided into many pieces and sealed, but he has been resurrected many times uvive the years. Just one piece of him being reborn has brought too many disasters. Lo's previous statement made him pay special attention, but his dream is to completely destroy Robos. At the same time, Arshina's lecture was still continuing. So today, we will read a page of the hero epic brought out from the dungeon. After each class guesses which hero's page a tie is, we will learn how to conquer that hero world. If any unexpected situations occur, she carefully warned the students in advance. The professors will only observe, so do not cause trouble. Everyone became more enthusiastic. Whoa. Because this was a program they had been looking forward to for a long time. Finally, Nella and Tide's expressions were also much more enthusiastic. This is the first time I have touched the hero epic. I am so nervous. Arshin was not too surprised by everyone's understandable reaction. All right. Then, she pointed at each person, the representatives of each class. Stand up. First is Leah. Next, Luha also calmly got up. Then there was the appearance of Avad. And the last position was Chen. When everyone came to the podium one by one, Arshin revealed more. This time, there are 2 fragments of the hero epic that were brought back, then explained the rules in detail. Of course, we can only use one for today's class. The other one is a small fragment, but we brought ATO so you can see their existence. 2 boxes approached the first person chosen, Student Yu. He gently picked up the shining piece of paper without hesitation. The moment the artifact left its original position, intense light rushed straight towards the opposite side. At the same time as that unexpected scene changed, a notification suddenly appeared without any warning. Hero Epic Open. Countless large and small formations gathered under Elohim's feet at the moment the mechanical sound rang out. World. Chapter. Sejin was stunned to the point of disbelief but could only watch everything unfold. 8 is losing control. The familiar scenery in the lecture hall suddenly changed unpredictably. The class representatives could not help but be cautious when facing this desolate and bleak place. Right in front of them was an unidentifiable creature that had been buried by rocks for a long time. That image was too shocking for the naive first-year students. A corpse. Harrod quickly regained control of the situation. Prepare yourselves. This is a hero dungeon. Sejin also coordinated and adapted to the situation. Harrod, I see the city wall Louve there. Eliki immediately identified the identity of the ancient relic. In the Age of Destruction, this was the last line of defense and the last city. That is the Gardaslan city wall. His expression suddenly became strangely somber. If I tease time. Suddenly, another voice interrupted. That is right, my unfinished dream was really foolish. A strange figure appeared from afar, startling everyone. But her solemn declaration did not feel delusional when facing her determined eyes. We will save this world. On the contrary, Lel only observed in silence without giving any feedback. Only he could say the identity of the strange character. Lizina's. As soon as that name was uttered, her image gradually blurred as if merging with the dazzling light. Everyone was horrified when they suddenly escaped the illusion. What? Chen could not help but feel curious and uneasy. Professors, what is going on? Harrod did not answer the question but immediately gave the order. Classes have been suspended. Everyone please remain calm and leave the auditorium. Everyone quickly returned without a word of complaint. Even Lelvutha did not seem to have the need to learn more, because he already knew the answer to the strange phenomenon just now. That was my record. Harrod's keen senses vaguely felt something from him. In another room, a startled sound suddenly echoed throughout the space. Huh. Enlai and I could not help but admire Lo's special experience. You saw the Ming King. That is amazing. A great event. So this is Lizina's achievement. This made her regret endlessly. If I had been the class president at that time, that would have been great. 8 is a pity to miss this opportunity. Carr sighed as if he was very sympathetic. That is right. Just one slip of the tongue and he received the full set of punches. Looks like today is your funeral. Just then, Harrod suddenly appeared with a gentle reminder. I came here to scold the noisiest class, and here AT is. But hidden under that indifferent appearance was a dangerous threat. Choose self-study or expulsion. As soon as he showed enough scariness like a buggyman scaring children, he immediately closed the door and logged out of the battlefield. Only Elo's Nyep thoughts were not affected by the external environment. Why is my hero record the only one that is so scrambled? AT's in a state where I can't even recognize what world AT is. He still remembered the interrupted announcement at that time. The hero record has opened. The world of chapter. Even Lizina's figure at that time gradually blurred. But we will save the world. A series of variables made him doubt. AT's as if someone intentionally destroyed my hero record. Lo keenly realized the culprit. The hero record is actually an item to inherit a hero's power. If someone does not want the appearance of a new hero, a name immediately appeared in his head without any other reason. Orobos. Even though he guessed that the enemy was likely his lip enemy, he still calmly planned as usual. First, I need to investigate why my hero record was split. A month later, the magic subject class took place when dawn had fully broken. A calm voice rang in the classroom. Original. Len explained and announced in a concise way. In other words, a unique type of magic. This will be your midterm practical test. The students were all frozen in place as if they had been hit with a body-fixing charm. So he patiently explained in more detail than before. Original magic is a type of magic that clearly expresses the personality of the magic user. In an era where magic casting has become widespread, magicians no longer try to create unique magic. However, Len seriously emphasized its importance. This original magic can become a secret technique to protect yourself in dangerous situations. The star magic that all elves learn, in reality, is just a small copy of the original magic. He also revealed information on the spot. In history, only one person has ever used true star magic, and that person is none other than the creator of IT, the founder of Nebula, Luna. But Chepalu's attention was completely focused on constantly simulating the scene in the past in her head. At the same time, he also suddenly glanced at the book on the other party's desk. A strange dark aura was secretly radiating from 80, making him unconsciously pay more attention. She quickly noticed his direction of observation and immediately became alert. then carefully shielded Ade from Leo's eyes. But that action was completely useless because he already knew its identity. A magic book. Coincidentally, Len finished his lecture. Now, you all must be eager to discover your unique magic. Class is ZUV for today. Chalu calmly blended into the crowd and left. She thought she had temporarily passed the hurdle when Lelvink stopped her. Wait. Kakalu. Immediately, she could not control the disgusted and wary expression on her face. He pretended not to see AT and continued to approach. Do you want to have lunch together? But both knew his Ryu purpose. She has been hiding the magic book since just now. Lu refused decisively as expected. I do not have time to do that. I will definitely defeat you in the midterm practical test. Just then, a cheerful voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Hey, what are you two doing? Car immediately came to the rescue of the situation of the two sides in a stalemate. Look, all. You are really reckless. You actually dare to challenge the position of number 1 in the magic class of the Ice Queen. But Chi Lu's self-esteem did not allow her to deceive the truth. I lost to Luchu in terms of combat techniques. However, when AD comes to magic skills, I won't let anyone surpass me. A fist clenched at her side showed even greater determination than ever, so this time, no matter what, she calmly declared with certainty and confidence, I will win. Leluk only calmly smiled and probed little by little. If I withdraw now, would it be disrespectful to you? The other party did not hesitate to nod in confirmation. Because of that seriousness, he decided to put aside the matter just now. Okay, let us both prepare well. Chunlu also clenched her hand as an acceptance of the fair game. Only Car's starry eyes and rosy thinking were completely irrelevant. Holding hands is like this. So natural. The sunset slowly embraced the academy's tall building. Elum suddenly appeared at the towering hero tower. He slowly stepped up the stairs while calculating his next steps. Somewhere around here is Lumin's forbidden library. If I can get in there, I will find some clues about my lost hero record. But even a calm person like him had to acknowledge his difficult path. Oh my, is not he a first-year student? What wind brought him here? He is so cute. He had only taken a few steps when he met another person who knew him. A love. Tora observed bit by bit while walking towards him. Although her expression was indifferent and careless, her attitude was still quite good. I have heard a lot about you from Professor Len. Nice to meet you. That is the person from the magic department. Lumin. 5th year. He replied briefly of politeness. Hello. But the other party did not seem to intend to let Lovato continue. What is a first-year student like you doing at the Hero Tower? He also frankly revealed his purpose. I am here to meet the student council president. Toro chewed gum while secretly evaluating the other party in her heart. And she kindly gave some advice. If you join the magic department, you will have a chance. But I am having a class at the magic department now. In a hard-to-detect corner, she faintly smiled triumphantly as if she had it all figured out. Lella was not too interested but still kept his usual etiquette. Thank you, senior. As soon as the two passed each other, Toro emphasized again, I want you to choose the magic department before the end of this semester. She even did not mind giving a direct hint. I have made my point clear. However, he still calmly nodded politely. His slow steps advanced forward steadily. Lel finally got to the elevator, where some students were coming out. Then he immediately pressed the 9th floor as planned. But there were no changes around, causing his cold face to gradually turn to surprise. Lella was very confused and kept pressing without cooldown. Why is not AT working? Just then, another hand rescued him from the helpless situation. You have to inject mana into AT. That is how you activate AT. The other party took the opportunity to create a good impression in his eyes. Nice to meet you. Love. Lejamua. Lumi Night Department. 5th year. Frankly took the initiative to approach. You are the first-year class president that everyone's been talking about. Right. He immediately politely bowed his head in greeting. The other party did not pay too much attention to these formalities and went straight to the topic. So, what brought you to the Hero Tower? Elun still used the reason he had revealed before. I have some bi-DNet with the student council president. His rarely seen calm and mature demeanor made La very interested. A rookie who is not afraid of me at all, and brave enough to storm the student council president's office alone. He carefully corrected the words. I would not call AD storming. But the other party quickly pulled the talent recruitment move. You should seriously consider joining the night department. Do you agree? LOV's expression proved that this scene was too familiar. Haha. After overcoming countless stops to get to the student council president's office, he could not help but feel sluggish, as if he had been drained of energy. Am I already tired before the main topic even starts? Even so, he continued his original plan and knocked on the door. President Rise. Plov, can I come in? A calm voice rang behind the door. Come in. Ada seemed that he was not too surprised by this sudden visit. What is AT? Look cool. He did not mince words and showed his purpose. I want the right to access the forbidden library. Riz's expression immediately became serious. Look cool. I know you are not the type to cause trouble. He reminded the rules as a warning. But there are only two methods for ordinary students to access the forbidden library. The first way is to conquer a hero dungeon. Traditionally, the conqueror of the dungeon must return and hand the collected pages to the hero epic himself. Elviga did not waver even though the conditions for implementation were difficult, and Riz pondered for a long time as he prepared to reveal the next thing. About the second way. Like so many before him, he also seized the golden opportunity to recruit talent. I will let you know when you join the student council. On the day of the night department's practical exam, the enthusiastic atmosphere around made people eager. Finally, 80's here. The first practical exam of the night department. So many people came to watch. Carr did not hesitate to make a very suitable suggestion. You can't watch a match without popcorn. Kiyosa quietly threw an evaluating look. Ada seems that Carr is really serious about his job. On the contrary, Enlena had great faith in him. Haha, that is Carr. He will definitely make a lot of money even if he is not at Lumeron. At the same time, Lela was looking around everywhere. Ada seems Teplu is not coming. Just then, an excited voice suddenly rang out. Woo! AT's starting. Walden stood proudly on the phi with his arms crossed, under the witness of many students. He did not hesitate any longer and announced the arrangement. The first practice match. The first person is Class 1 Hall Snafe. The remaining opponent will be Red next. Class 5 Oplov. Come forward. In another corner, Carr suddenly discovered a familiar back. He did not hesitate to run towards him. Professor Sejin. The other party leisurely asked. What is wrong, Carr? He quickly showed his marketing skills. Would you like to buy popcorn and drinks? The other party only sneered at the knave thought. You think I will buy AT? Tell Harrod to buy AT. Carr did not listen to his advice and signaled his teammates. Eli immediately caught the other party's transmission signal. She did not have any psychological barriers in transforming into a begging cat. Professor, will you buy us popcorn? Whoa. Ada looks so delicious. Other students seized this opportunity to cheer like they saw an idol. Sejin. Sejin. Resounding sounds continued endlessly. No different from a live concert. Sejin. Sejin. Finally, AT took a lot of public saliva to please him before Carr succeeded. Get one for each person. His excited expression was clear on his face. Yes. In contrast to the chaotic buying and selling scene, on the fee was a tense silence filled with gunpowder. Uldi suddenly took the initiative to provoke with a sentence of unclear meaning. You are lucky. The first opponent. All slowly licked his lips like a venomous snake that had spotted a prey to his liking. Ada seems you do not care about me at all. You will regret AT. Here's the by-dech information about Lumeron from Carr. The midterm practical exam of the night department is currently taking place. Students passed the exam by winning 5 matches in the practice section. The observers in the stands began to discuss lively. I wonder what the class president's skills are like. Since LQ is good in all 3 areas, there will definitely be a gap compared to those who only focus on one area. Although he is strong, his opponent is no slouch. And do not forget, all is ranked 3rd in Class 1, only after Cecily and Zhu ran. Before the command was even issued, he was eager to wave his staff. Love, that arrogant name is always hanging around Celia. Walden quickly announced the rules of the competition. The one who makes the opponent unable to continue fighting will be the winner. Treat this practice match as a real battle. Just then, Elon suddenly widened his eyes because he felt a warning from his keen senses. Ada did not take too much time for him to identify the source of the unease. Right in front of the academy building, which was now covered by a bizarre black aura, which felt a bit familiar. That energy. At the same time, Choplu was diligently taking notes in the study without knowing anything. But suddenly she could not restrain herself and tore the paper covered in writing. the trembling of her whole body and the obsession that constantly occupied her mind. No, AT's not like this. There is no way I can create this special magic alone. Now Chi-Lu could not control her impatient and hasty nature anymore. Chi-Lu always remembered Lukyu's vague and arrogant figure, and she was determined not to lose to him in this practical exam. That determination gave rise to ambitions that were so great that AT was difficult to save her. Chi-Lu completely ignored the terrible consequences that would come. With this, I can win, because her eyes were now filled with only dark things. This time, I will definitely win. The aura of magic emitted made Lovio unable not to pay more attention. But this image caught Hall's eyes and made him even more excited. How careless. Although he had successfully dodged the attack, the other party was secretly pleased. I will take you down right now. Taking advantage of the shortened distance between the two, he immediately cast the Snake Spear ultimate move. The sharp spearhead rushed towards the middle of Loviko's chest at a dizzying speed. Just as he was about to successfully pierce through the opponent, he used only one hand to subdue Eitan. All could not help but stop and fall into self-doubt. What kind of power is that? Before he could recover, he took advantage of the situation to pull both the spear and its owner. He panicked so much that he did not know how to resist. His body rushed forward as if out of control. Before Hall's bewildered eyes, Allah did not hesitate to deliver a steel punch to wake the delusional man from his dream. He used only one move to make the opponent fly dozens of meters away. After easily ending the scene with a knockout, he did not forget to strike the opponent's spirit, who said I was careless. Just then, a strange blue array suddenly burst at the spot where Hall was standing. He still showed no signs of discouragement and began to release poisonous mist. Do not be arrogant. The re-battle starts now. He was somewhat confident that he had secured the victory in his heart. A guy who can't use aura. Just because you are strong does not mean that your by-detch weaknesses have been overcome. El Labhir observed for a while and only praised the opponent politely. Poison type aura. Really unique. This time, he seriously used his internal strength to confront. Hall still stubbornly adhered to his prejudice and assumed that he was right. Unless AT is a power equivalent to Sislaya's fire aura, AT will be difficult to defeat me. Ha ha ha. While he was still complacent and delusional, Elon switched to battle met with a fiery spirit. AT seems that you are the one who is really careless. All froze for a few seconds with the opponent's terrifying and sudden change. At the moment his morale suddenly plummeted. He quickly approached like a death fire waiting to devour the sacrifice. The students carefully observed and commented while enjoying Carr's brand of popcorn. Oh, he is doing well. Go for 80. Ran's eyes followed the match from beginning to end as if dissecting and analyzing every angle. Estunli and Chiosa were also overwhelmed by this powerful aura. Look cool. So cool. Especially the person in a position to observe his growth was even more surprised. Since when did he find a way to increase the power of his fire aura so much? A week later, during the foreign language written test, Harrod sorted out the documents and praised in a general way, you did well. Elo gradually approached his opponent with a smile sure of victory. In his eyes, the opponent was going through a rebellious puberty. That bastard, he insisted on being in the special class. Let us see how strong he is. Because he had already embarked on the path, he tried to use all his capital. Initially, I prepared this to defeat Sislaya. This sudden attack technique was released at the right time at close range. But I did not expect to have to use a tie on you. A love. The venomous and ferocious snake tightly bound Lovo's body. But the owner was not at all anxious to escape. Oh. Not bad. All thought that the outcome was about to be determined, so he was even more eager to show off to his Sita Rut. Silly. What do you think? He did not say AT in words but communicated implicitly with his eyes. This is the technique I prepared to deal with your aura. But the other party raised a finger and pointed to the sky incomprehensibly. In the place Hall did not notice, the snake body that was tightly binding Lovo gradually melted and smoked as if AT had hit lava. AT only took him a few seconds to break the opponent's loose control chains. That image was like a shock hitting Hall's mind directly. No way. He struggled to use all his remaining strength to swing his spear. Now only touched the sword attached to his side. All's weak and full of flaws attack was quickly neutralized. Lela pointed his sharp sword and kindly gave him more combat experience. You should not have been careless before your aura ran out. In the opponent's unbelievable and stunned expression, the sound of the end of the match rang out. The winner is Lofo Pluv. Kiyosai and Carr both guessed who would win but were still excited. Whoa. As expected of Lu. That is right. I knew I could trust you. Look cool. In his heart, all felt that he had lost this time convinced. I did not expect him to have this level of skill in actual combat. No wonder he is always asked Lia's house. While he was still immersed in frustration, the praise he most longed for appeared. Not bad. Hall. Sevlia did not stint on praising again. You were good. Although he was as happy as if he was attending a festival, he had to pretend to restrain himself. Huh. Really? You said I was good. Haha. Immediately after, the second match began. Next, Enrolling Layden from Class 5 will fight with. Before the referee could finish speaking, she eagerly interrupted. Hivho. Who is my opponent? The other party also quickly announced. Chenixia from Class 5. Please the two opponents step up. As soon as the familiar name was spoken, Enrolling immediately froze for a few seconds. Of all people, this is one of the top 3 of the department. Chen confidently strode towards the center of the five. The two faced each other across a dividing line in the middle. She took the initiative to clasp her hands first. I hope you will take care of me. Enrolling also quickly regained her fighting spirit. Me too. Without making everyone and the contestants wait for a long time, the referee quickly shouted the order. The match begins. As soon as the match started, Chen used the advantage of her water magic system. The opponent also used the talent of dual-wielding swordsman and superior magic Kamembiu. Taking advantage of the other side still setting up a defensive layer, she immediately rushed like an arrow with a fiery momentum. But only Elzen clearly understood what she was trying to endure. Ada looks like she is in a lot of pain. Chen's protective shield was so strong that it was difficult for Liana to break through even if she gritted her teeth and put in all her effort. In just the first few seconds of the match, she was kicked away dozens of meters by her opponent. Although at first glance it seemed that the attack was very gentle, the profound internal strength was so much that she could not get up anymore. The final result was very clear and obvious. The winner is Chen Xia. However, Enroling's courageous spirit was not eroded due to the difference in ability. At least I did not retreat before Chen Xia. Lu calmly analyzed her chances a little. Although there were some problems from the beginning, it is a pity. Maybe she would have done better if she had kept calm. The third match was quickly announced. Next to Celia Jerlinger from Class 1. Walden slowly emphasized to create a dramatic feeling for the match. We'll fight with. The next person is a familiar face in the Jeepa rep of outstanding students. Yuran Mi from Class 1. Cecil and I quite admired the opponent's ability. So my opponent is you. This is interesting. But his face was as frowning as if he was bombed with a debt of 500 million. Kar, who was eating so hard that he was sweating, also had to stop. Lovey looked at his face and understood immediately that the other party was looking forward to it. Looks like the match will be very exciting. He did not comment any further and entrusted the beloved popcorn box. At starting. The other students also stopped all their remaining actions, their eyes focused on enjoying the duel of geniuses. Cecil and I did not hesitate to declare war directly. Let us see who is the top student in Class 1 of the night department. Uran still did not say a word, determined to focus on the opponent. Just a few seconds passed. The sword energy of both sides fiercely collided. The impact energy fee also had a small impact on the observation platform. Whoa. Is this the fighting ability of the top students? Kar was tense every minute and second as if he was watching a blockbuster action movie. That is amazing. Look cool. Who do you think will win? Lo slowly predicted after observing and analyzing. Ada looks like Eslia will lose. As soon as the words were finished, he received his friend's objection. No way. However, what attracted him was the fire hidden Zipe inside. But, Cefalia's eyes. So he also felt more at ease and trusted her. It's as if she is holding a trump card ready to release. Uran rushed forward powerfully like lightning. The opponent's speed of attack was so fast that Eslia could only barely dodge. The two continued to fight, sword skills evenly matched. Just then, she raised her sword high to summon her primeval power. The hot fire raged like it was covering the entire fighting space. Everyone clearly understood that this was a sign that the battle was entering its climax. They are serious. LQ immediately guessed her intention somewhat. Very smart. Silly. And Kar was still completely confused and could not keep up with the rhythm. What? What is going on? Based on the shield surrounding her, it can be inferred that, look, the first-year training area is quite small. He slowly explained her scoring strategy. Lia realized that she could not keep up with Duran's speed, so she turned the training area into her own stage. Currently, the situation has been reversed. The balance immediately tilted towards Cephalaya. From now on, all of Lumeron's movements will be limited in that fire. The heat also reduces his eyesight. Also did not deny Ran's ability. Although he is very good, Suddenly is even stronger. A fleeting figure quietly appeared behind when he was still struggling with the temperature. Too hot. At the moment Cephalaya almost succeeded in a surprise attack, he quickly raised his vigilance. Although there was not much reason left, Ran kept urging himself to put in all his effort. However, each operation of the opponent was full of flaws when At fell into her eyes. Cephalaya easily controlled the only weapon in his hand. Got At. What was more unpredictable was that instead of using a sword to confront, she chose to use the Iron Head skill that shook her brain. The 1,000-pound headbutt sent Ran all the way to the dreamland. The final result was quickly announced. The winner is Asura Jerlinger. Before leaving, she kindly left a piece of advice. You should also focus on strengthening your power. The other party quite disliked the hand that was reaching out to help him. But in the end, he still took a tea and accepted the truth. Cephalya's fandom quickly captured every moment, preserving every rare scene. Haha, that victorious appearance is so cute. Let us record this moment. Love and Car were also happy for her victory. Silly. At seems that the hard work has paid off. You are great. Silly. Harrod secretly observed behind and also sighed in a bland way. So the real winner is Cephalaya. Then slowly left as if he was not very interested. Class President, I heard your explanations quite loudly and clearly. Ellen felt a little unexpected. When did you hear At? Professor. Summary of the practical exam of the Night Department. Cephalaya Jerlinger. 4 wins. 1 loss. Ran Moria. 4 wins. 1 loss. Chen Xia. 4 wins. 1 loss. Alov. 5 wins. 0 losses. A week later, during the foreign language written test, Harrod sorted out the documents and praised in a general way. You did well. Before eagerly finishing work, he kindly gave general advice. Please work harder so you do not get expelled for low grades. The students could not help but feel discouraged. We might drop a before being expelled. The sound of the door closing was like turning on a switch of liberation in the room. Enlai and Nai immediately expressed the anger of the fire person. Damn a. Expelled. That is so annoying. Annoying. Another side was begging for scores. Kiyoshi. Can I see your answers? The center of attention was still raising the price a little. Who should I let see first? In the noisy space full of school air, Ella quietly slept on the table as if isolated from the world. Kiyoshi. Me first. Kiyoshi. Let me see first. Class President. How was the test? Only when he was asked did he raise his head. Maybe not too bad. Nella could not help but be curious about the results. Even our class president, who looks like he can do everything, also has weaknesses. Lelin to adjust his facial muscles. Do I really look like that? She happily offered to help. If you have any pain, please tell me. I will use magic to treat you. As soon as Car heard At, he did not hesitate to use his ticket. Oh. Nella, my shoulders and back hurt so much. The price to pay for his slip of the tongue was a bit high. Help me too. Ouch. Kiyoshi was very active in correcting the other party. Is At not painful anymore? After successfully banning Car from chatting, her attitude quickly changed 180 degrees. Look cool. How was your summoning practice exam? Tide said you rarely show up in summoning practice. Right. He only replied humbly and simply. I have been secretly practicing very diligently. Even so, Kiyoshi was still very enthusiastic in asking. That is you? Look cool. So what rank do you think you will get in the summoning exam? He faintly smiled meaningfully. He. Along with At was a confident and certain declaration. Of course, At's first place. On the day of the summoning practical exam, the missy for the program was a very eloquent doing face. Hello. We meet again this year. The resounding sound spread throughout the area. Welcome to the biggest event of the first semester of first year, the summoning competition. Next, he introduced himself. I am Rumbates, a third-year student from the summoning department. Laya could not help but be skeptical about the nature of the event. Is this really a test? Riz had experience, so he explained very smoothly. The famous beast summoning competition is a long-standing tradition of the summoning department. Moreover, because AT is one of the events selected in interdepartmental exchange, so AT's always a hot topic. In another place, Carr continued his career as a trader. On important occasions like this, the popcorn cola KMB was obviously indispensable. But Tide was not very happy with this lively atmosphere. Why are everyone gathering and making so much noise? AT's too distracting. AT's so annoying. The emotions of the other students were also not comfortable. That is really annoying. Lilith observed and fell into contemplation. The person he noticed was Eliza with her sharp eyes. Chen and Walden also felt the tense atmosphere reeking of gunpowder. In the end, she took the initiative to open the curtain first. You showed very good skills in the night practical exam. The secret provocation was hidden under the guise of concern. So have you prepared well for the summoning practice exam? Lula was puzzled and answered honestly. Of course, but the other party did not quite believe it. As someone who has prepared well, I have never seen you during the training time. As soon as the words were finished, a wave of anger was aroused in everyone's hearts. That is right. Everyone felt very unfair and resentful. If you do not intend to take the exam seriously, then step aside. That is right. I have not even seen you properly connect with the summoned beast. Tide had to quickly stand out to be the peacemaker. Woo. What is wrong with everyone? But the other party still could not calm down. Do not side with him just because you are in the same class. Tide. He is clearly looking down on our department. Chen was not very interested in this childish other Rama. The atmosphere is too tense. AT's already like this before the exam starts. Just then, Sen Liu from the summoning department from the East Continent also squeezed in. Chen Xia. Because you got high marks in the night department. AAT seems you do not need to worry too much about summoning studies. Right. Suddenly being targeted made her unable to react. That. But Walden next to her had run out of patience. AA's too noisy. He slowly advanced to the Phi before a series of stern looks. Because he belonged to the summoning department and was an outstanding student in the entrance exam from the South Continent, he had a lot of voice in the Geepa rip of people. If you intend to argue about how you control the summoned beast, then go somewhere else to talk. Do not stand in front of me. Sen immediately showed his attitude like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What are you saying? Walden. He also did not hesitate to clash directly. I said I do not like listening to you bragging about controlling the summoned beast anymore. Like you are very good. The other party did not know where to stop and continued to use the old excuse. Feel sorry. You also rarely show up in taming training. Walden's blood boiled and released a suffocating momentum. That is because the training is not worth my time. I am not a fool like you who can't even control the eagle properly. Sen was ashamed and turned to anger and intended to start fighting. You bastard. Before he could even touch the hem of his clothes, his arm was controlled. Lovo seriously warned the opponent. If you fight before the exam, you will be punished. You will be dropped. So he temporarily did not continue to cause further aggression. Tide hesitated and stood to explain. The atmosphere in the summoning department is not very good, which made him quite curious about the reason. Why is that? He carefully revealed internal information. Summoning studies is a department where there will be a big difference in skills between those who study specialized and those who study minor. Tide had heard most of the Sifid Arai. But because you and Cheng Xia, who do not even study specialized summoning, got such high ranks, the second-year seniors from the summoning department called us Also, you rarely come to class. Lila was not very surprised with this situation. Surely, I can see everyone's negligence. I do not intend to give way. On the high stands in a place where few people pay attention, a mysterious character harbored unpredictable schemes. Finally, IT starting. Next to this person, a magic gate also appeared, but no one noticed. A strange red aura covered Sen's entire body. See you at the exam. You idiot. His eyes were full of murderous intent for a moment. I will kill all of you. Rumba continued to lead the flow of events. Before the competition begins, let me quickly explain the rules. First-year students in the summoning department are only allowed to use summoning skills throughout the exam. Even minor students are prohibited from using Aurai or magic. Once the exam starts, everyone must tame the eagle in front of them, cross the beast summoning island, and use Silent Lake to mark the milestone before returning. The arduous challenge in front of them made the audience excited. Who will receive the most attention in the first half of the semester? Rumba also emphasized that hotspot at this beast summoning practical exam. Lu's calm and confident demeanor never once decreased. Completely in contrast to the tense and of control appearance of the Geepa Rev people on Sen's side. Yura had to give more courage and morale to the students. Trainees, do not worry. Just do what you have practiced. Those who panic or are confused will fall behind in the competition. Even though she kept telling herself in her head, her instincts still trembled as usual. Just calm down. She lengthened the time even more and quickly shouted the order. Now. Get ready. Sen and his Jeep Rapid nodded knowingly as if they had discussed it in advance. Start. As soon as the signal was finished, everyone ran at full speed forward. Everyone took the opportunity to use their strengths to gain an advantage. But not for the purpose of the match, but to overthrow Walden and Luch. This sudden change in events made Rumba instantly thrilled. What is this? The students of the summoning department, as if they had coordinated in advance. They are overthrowing class representative Lo Poplov and Walden, the top student of the South Continent. Tide was very worried because the two were slower than most. Class representative. Elling had to instruct and reassure the opponent. Do not worry about me. Just go ahead. This is an exam. Even though he felt very sorry for not being able to help, he chose to follow the order. Sorry. The students observing on the stands were all indignant. A's too unfair. Those people from the summoning department. Dropo of school. AT's completely unfair. Lella did not waver at all and focused on dealing. I know they do not like me, but I did not expect them to go this far. Rumba still did his job as a mess. Haha. Although the class 1.5 crowd is laughing, this is indeed still a strategic move. AT's at this moment. Then updated every second the changing situation for the audience. Player Walden quickly broke the first trick. As soon as he escaped the siege, he slowly advanced towards his beast. Before leaving, he kindly asked Lo's opinion. Looks difficult. Need any help? Currently, even though he was alone, he still kept his calm. No, I have this. He also did not linger any further and immediately rode the beast and flew away. Now Luach was still trying to struggle with the siege of magic energy. Kiyoshi was worried about his fighting situation and the outcome. Oh my god! While Yura stood with her arms crossed and observed, her heart was constantly speculating. The hatred between the first-year students is deeper than I thought. I did not expect them to dare to form an alliance against each other like this. Yura's thoughts kept flowing. Moreover, Lu's summoning skills are not spirit summoning, but beast summoning. This is going to be a tough fight. Suddenly something caught her attention. Below, Elni stretched his hands, closed his eyes, and chanted, at the same time, summoned both Ilina and the wind spirit. They appeared smiling happily. Ha ha ha. All of AT was captured in Yura's view, and she was a little surprised. Lingual. So proficient. Even if Yvonne's eyes were so confident, Ada still did not satisfy Yura's heart. How is that possible? Then, she let out all those random thoughts with a long breath. Yura had a guess. He must have learned summoning. Up above, a blonde male student riding an eagle said triumphantly. Let him know what AT's like. What about the class representative and top student from the south? He can't even start. At this rate, he will definitely be at the bottom. Sen next to him was no less complacent. Hey, how does Ada feel? Eliza. Is not Ada great? In contrast to the two of them, her voice had no interest. I do not like AT at all. We could have easily defeated Luck Plov, Warden, or anyone else without using this method. Hearing this, Sen frowned uncomfortably. What? Eliza glared at him warningly. Think about what people will say about the summoning department after this. That look did not affect Sen. He just innocently showed that complacent look. Who cares? They will probably be humiliated. She did not bother to care anymore, and launched the eagle. Flying forward. Next time, remember to use your brain before you act. He was left behind, gritting his teeth, his face red with annoyance. But he only dared to think, that arrogant bitch. Just because she comes from a big family, she dares to show off that she is good and better than others. But then, for the sake of the overall situation, Sen tried to swallow his anger. Forget AT. Now we have to protect this second position. With just that, he regained his previous confident look, except for Eliza. I am the best at controlling flying beasts, and this time. Suddenly, behind him, Chen's figure suddenly appeared, riding an eagle flying like a shooting star. Someone shouted loudly to warn him, Sen, watch out behind you. At this moment, she stood leisurely on the back of the eagle like a surfer, causing him to be stunned. What is this pose? Sen's heart was surging, even without using spiritual power to strengthen the spirit beast. That speed was too shocking. And then he shouted, "Everyone, defeat her." Sally smiled and volunteered. She confidently summoned the spirit to appear. "Okay, take AT." Immediately, Ata chased after Chen. Sally did not seem to care about the spirit. She leisurely sat down, pulled the reins, and turned the eagle. The eagles turned their heads back together. Sally looked up at the confused face that did not understand what was happening. Chen stepped hard on the back of the eagle to gain momentum. At this time she understood and shouted, "What?" Before she could finish speaking, Sally was kicked hard in the body. Sally screamed in pain. She lost her balance and fell down, her voice as if unwilling. "AT's cheating." Sally returned to the back of the eagle and sneered, "Did I use so raw?" Then she quickly rushed to the next opponent. Sally approached Sen and said sarcastically, "Hello, Sen." The side was still speechless. "You were wrong to see us as opponents." Her eyes glanced at Sen. "AT must be admitted that I encountered a disadvantage in the aerial battle, but I am not the only opponent." Hearing this, his voice became worried. "What?" Although Sally's face was smiling, she brought an invisible pressure to the opponent. "There are also people who are angry about your little tricks." As soon as the words were finished, big explosion appeared behind Sen. Looking at the continuous explosions in the air, she pretended to be powerless. "AT seems that Warden has a certain philosophy of life, that he must repay all kindness, even if IT's just the smallest." His hand was blazing with flames like the anger in his heart. "I really like your gift, you bastard." Having said that, he threw a large flame towards the opponent. "This is my return gift." Regardless of the summoning them running away in disarray, Warden increased his power. Wrath. A big explosion near Sen. Luckily he dodged AT. Following that were other explosions. From above to below, Sen's face at this time was extremely horrified. In another place, in the large hall, the voice of the leader rang. First-year representative Lo Plup, known from Lumeron for his ambition to join the special class. But today, AIT seems AT will be difficult for him to become the best. Below the stands, Lo slowly approached the eagle. Seeing this, the leader gave a prediction. Could it be that summoning is Ulveo's weakness? He glanced around and found a sharp object stuck in its wing. Aluka looked up with anger. For a hero candidate, AT's ashamed to play these tricks. And so he still chose this eagle. Lo's hand decisively grabbed the run. Seeing Ada struggling wildly, the leader's voice carried a bit of worry. Lo is trying to tame the eagle. Riding such a dangerous eagle is not a good idea. Not only that, Selena above the observation deck was even more anxious. Oh no. Why is Loventha making Ada difficult for himself like this? On the contrary, Riz seemed more calm. He must have his own reasons. Back to below the stands. Lola was still struggling to hold the run. "Oh, of ideas," he spoke softly to reassure the eagle. "I know how you are feeling. But listen to me." Then, Lolo's eyes turned cold. He growled an order. "Kneel down." Unconsciously, the eagle froze. Stiff. At this time, the whole hall quietly observed O's every move. The hand holding the run was now much more relaxed. He tied the wren back for AT and confidently stood in front of the eagle. In addition, Alon stepped to the side and helped IT pull the sharp object on its wing. Then, he leisurely jumped on the back of the eagle without any resistance. AT obediently followed Lukyu's instructions to spread its wings and fly up. At this time, looking at the situation of the eagle on the screen, the leader understood. Lu's eagle was injured on its wing. The start was a bit difficult. Now misfortune continues to pile up. AT seems that the bottom is inevitable. Once high up, Leland gently used his magic to heal the wound for AT. "You endured so well even though AT hurt so much. You are so brave." Next, in Ulveo's eyes there was a fire, and then he began to read the spirit beast summoning spell. "In the name of the contractor, I order you, show your true form before me." Flora appeared with a cute appearance like a little bird. Ella glanced at AT, implying. Instantly, Flora understood, using its fire to add power to the wings of the eagle. AT seemed to have regained its spirit and roared with joy. On the observation deck, Selena saw the situation at this time and was puzzled. What kind of fire is this? Riz next to him was still that contemplative face. But in his heart he was extremely confused. The fire of Zerdinger. No, this is not fire energy. Then what is IT? In another direction, a pink-haired female student was trying her best to fly fast. The damage is really terrible. At this point, reaching maximum speed is impossible, the male student in front reassured. But at least we dodged the bottom rank, so AT's less worrying. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone on his face, causing him to be curious. Huh. Looking UV, Ada was luck riding the eagle speeding away. After only a moment, his face could not hide his excitement. I see it. Finally, Ella almost caught up with the Geeper Rup. He immediately urged, increase the speed a little more. Suddenly he stopped for a second as if realizing something. Blocking in front of him was a giant purple-black dragon, its eyes flashing with a terrifying blue light. His face could not help but be surprised at what was in front of him. No way. The purple-black dragon slowly approached Ava. A few minutes ago, in another battle, Eliza's voice threatened coldly. Warden, this will be the end of you. After speaking, she rode the eagle from behind him and flew Uve. Walden then snapped his fingers, ignoring Eliza's threats. I won't let you get first place. Unexpectedly, a flame appeared above her head. Eliza's face was extremely bewildered. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and avoided Ita. Eliza had seen through his move. That explosive attack used both wind and fire spirits. Her heart began to surge. This is not just a skill that shows he controls spiritual power well. I have never heard him attend the magic class. Then Eliza looked towards him and secretly called his name. Walden. But then, her face changed. A triumphant smile appeared on her face. However, Eliza took advantage of her speed and avoided his attack. No matter how strong your attack is, as long as Ada does not hit me, Ada's useless. Her eagle was not an ordinary one either. AT was well trained and could easily dodge. At this time, Walden changed his tactics. He did not use fire anymore but used ice to attack. Let us see if you can dodge this. A series of sharp ice crystals rushed towards Eliza. Immediately, her eagle's legs gradually grew. At the same time, the horns on its head also became larger. And then AT successfully enhanced, its mouth spewing large streams of fire. Eliza's face did not have too much emotion. She pulled the reins to guide the eagle. Its fire was so strong that when AT touched Walden's crystals, they shattered instantly. Now, he frowned uncomfortably. Enhanced summoned beast. The leader did not miss any details and exclaimed, do not be a tense match. Eliza has resisted Warden's attack, which is an attack supported by the three spiritual powers of fire, wind, and earth, by using enhanced summoned beast. Suddenly something flashed past the two of them like a wind. The leader immediately recognized. And at this moment, Chen Xia took the opportunity. Moving forward while they were focused on fighting, she circled and said, if that is the case, I would be happy to. Before she could finish speaking, a magic rope swept across her neck. The one controlling her in the air was Eliza. I won't allow that to happen, Xia. At this time, a familiar spark appeared in front of Chen. In just a second, AI exploded, blasting both the eagle and her away. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen used her hand to pull the rope and escape from control. Then she returned to the back of the eagle. Until now, Chen saw Eliza as an opponent, the trump card of the summoning department. AT's really not a joke. Suddenly, in the distance, she saw the figures of two animals flying Uvia. When AT got closer, Chen saw a black wyvern. Sen riding IT with an extremely angry face. I will kill all of you. You bastards. Immediately she flew to his side to remind Liu. Riding another summoned beast instead of an eagle is against the rules. Sen did not care and scolded. Shut up. Do you think I care? Then he pulled the reins hard. These guys only rely on so-called natural talent. Get lost. At this time, Warden stood in front of the animal and predicted. That idiot has a contract with the black wyvern. But was refuted by Chen. No, that is not a black wyvern. But Ada looks like a mutated individual. The Gipu rep did not argue anymore and continued to fly the eagles away. Suddenly he found that there was someone following behind. That person gradually narrowed the distance. Then Walden could see clearly. Representative Liu. Sen looked up at him and warned. How can you catch up to me? No matter. I will kill you too. Level coldly uttered a sentence. Hey. The weight of the words made Walden and Eliza pay attention. Not only that, but Chen and Sen also had to look up. His face was dark. His eyes were red with murderous intent. Where did you get that lizard? Seeing that he was noticed, he showed a smug smile. Jealous. That is my ability. I made a contract with my summoning skills. Are you jealous of my summoned beast? Seeing this, Lolo was too bored to say AT and only thought secretly, mistaking AT for a summoned beast. How ridiculous. That is Fafani. That black dragon seemed to be too familiar to him. The monster that was once controlled by the witches of Tat-Art, one of the monsters we destroyed during the riots. Because of this, Lolo could not understand in his heart, why is this guy? This time, Sen controlled the black dragon to spit a large flame towards him. Attack. Black Wyvern. Being attacked unexpectedly, Li quickly pulled the reins and changed the eagle's flight direction. Seeing the flame coming, Eliza and Walden also quickly dodged. The last person who was unprepared was Chen. She just stood there blankly watching the flame approach. At this time, Chen just managed to raise her hand to summon magic, but in her heart she now understood one thing. 80's too late. The flame rushed straight towards Chen, and the magic circle was gradually broken. Now she could only shout loudly as if knowing her end. 80 was not difficult to imagine. Chen and the eagle fell down together. The incident was captured in Elvao's eyes. He rushed Yuvivi to support Chen. In Elvao's heart there was a little distress. She is unconscious. First I need to ensure Xia's safety. Then he called the other two. Come down. They followed each other and flew towards the open space behind Lo. Sen's black dragon not only did not listen, but arrogantly flew in the air. His eyes were bright, revealing a clear petty person's triumphant look. So this is the feeling of looking down. Not bad. The screen now only showed the image of Sen's black dragon. The leader spoke regretfully. Many players have left the 5i and are not in the recording range. Too many things are happening at the same time. While he was talking non-stop about the match, Yuri rushed Uviek and kicked him away. She angrily roared. Senli just summoned the black wyvern and attacked another student. Hey! You idiot. Is this the time to comment? Yuri grabbed the intercom and hurriedly issued an order. The summoning department assistant quickly arranged some flying beasts. The match is temporarily suspended. Outside the door, Len and Sejin rushed in and asked, "What is wrong?" Yura. She quickly muted the intercom and guessed. It seems that Sen Liu made a contract with a high-level monster instead of a normal summoned beast. The two widened their eyes in surprise. What? The image of Sen appeared. The surrounding was surrounded by an invisible dark aura. Because of this his face became more crazy than ever. He won't be able to withstand the influence for long. Just then, Herod also appeared. He leaned against the wall and probed. You mean someone else is controlling AT? Sejin shook his head and did not dare to confirm. I am not sure. But AT's also possible. There was no time to think. Herod pointed at Yura and ordered. All right. Yura, take the summoning assistant and stop Sen Liu. Make him calm down and destroy the monster if necessary. At the same time, he used all the resources here. The rest of the people in the department. Spread O and protect the students. They answered in unison. Yes. Then Herod looked at Sejin's tense face. And Sejin, you come with me. After speaking, he turned and left. Sejin also followed. Everyone's faces showed tension. Back to the battlefield. Lu's eagle had found a suitable open space to land. He gently placed the unconscious Chen down on the ground. Following that, Walden and Eliza also landed in turn. His feet had only just touched the ground when a large shadow fell on his head. 80's here. At this time, Sen had also caught up. The black dragon landed on the ground with them. If you want to run, hide well. Do not you think so? Everyone gathered to destroy me. Huh. Lela denied his words. I am not running. Sen's eyes looked Vyubov uncomfortably. What? Then, he slowly walked Yuviv and explained. And the creature you are riding is not a summoned beast or a black wyvern. When he heard those words, Sen laughed aloud. As a person from the summoning department, I confirm Itai's a black wyvern. Why are you acting like you know? Something in front of him made his smile fade. His eyebrows frowned uncomfortably. On the other hand, Walden and Eliza also turned their attention. Love's figure walking faintly showed the figure of Callie in the previous life. At that time, the whole sky was only red. The black dragon lowered its head to observe. Seeing that he had fallen to the ground, Ada stretched O and roared loudly. Returning to the present, the light in his eyes shone with determination. I have to come to eliminate that disgusting creature. The black dragon standing in front of Aloka was no different from that time. Now AT also began to act. A light flashed in the black dragon's eyes. The three quietly stood and watched AT. Eliza could not believe the truth before her eyes. Oh my god, he is crazy. At this time, Sen's eyes were full of blood. What did you say? It seemed that he had been completely controlled by the black dragon. Roaring madly, do you think I am nothing in your eyes? The anger had now reached its peak. While Sen shouted, Adi also simultaneously spat out a very strong flame. Die. Suddenly a large stone hand rose from the ground. Walden's voice seemed to be different. He is sure to lose. The golem he summoned stood in front of the three, blocking the black dragon's attack. The thing to eliminate this disgusting entity. I agree with you. Love. While Sen was grinding his teeth and struggling to resist, he had long realized in his heart. Golem magic. Eliza was a bit reluctant. She stepped forward to meet the challenge. You only know how to be cool alone. Let me join too. Then Eliza gave her opinion. First, we need to get that idiot out of the range of the enemy. Walden put his hand on the ground and felt the power gradually weakening. The golem is about to not be able to withstand AT. Get ready. At this time, hearing their conversation, Lo suddenly smiled while Eliza's voice was still echoing. Warden, you can't do anything. Turning back to the battle, AD seemed that the golem had reached its limit. Its whole body began to crack. In the space only Sen's voice remained in a smug voice. The golem is not anything special. As expected, my summoned beast is the best. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of large rocks fell from above Sen. Both he and the black dragon were surprised. Where are you? You cowards. Just then, Eliza whipped hard towards Sen with a magic whip. He was hit and showed pain while gritting his teeth in anger. How dare you attack me? Not stopping there, Walden raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The black dragon was preparing to spit fire when a familiar fire source appeared above its head. In his palm at this time, flame burst, activating the fire source on the black dragon's head to explode. Realizing that the opportunity was ripe, Walden spoke up, "Eight is now." Although Liu did not say anything, he had implicitly agreed with his plan. Meanwhile, Sen in the air did not see anyone anymore. He was extremely confused. Where are they? As soon as the words left his mouth, LQ appeared from somewhere, his hand touching Sen's forehead, and then Lovell coldly gave him a kick in the face. After that, Ella gently landed on the black dragon's saddle. Sen, who was hit, seemed to be very painful. His body kept trembling. As expected, Sen's body had been occupied. Now there was only the black dragon's voice. You did well to get this boy away from the enemy, but you went too far. You bastard. The events happened too fast, making Eliza a little frustrated. Wait, why did you go alone? Sen's body was controlled to stand up to face Lo. Are you scared? Dooming hero candidate. But in his firm eyes there was not a trace of fear. Tata Reet, you are a beast mage. Where's your original body? You can't continue. At this time, he did not want to hide anymore. The beast mage praised his opponent a little. You saw my Ryu body. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. To be able to keep calm in this situation. You were born to be a perfect hero. After speaking, the beast mage with a fierce face moved closer to Legault. If so, not just a threat. His words were very certain. You will have to die here. The beast mage waved his hand and pulled a magic circle to hit Lo. He did not have time to react and was thrown off the black dragon and fell down. While hovering in the air, Lella quickly summoned the spirit beast, Fiora. AT's time to shine. He happily joked and spun the ball in front of him, and then AT immediately appeared. Recalling his previous life, although Lo was an all-rounder, but he could use fire but never reached the peak in any FIV. And Nullo could also control ice, Orahadaran and Dueno using skillfully. In addition, there was another factor. Magic was Luni. A ghostly figure appeared with glowing eyes. That was dark magic. All of Luco's power was still intact, so he smirked confidently. His eyes full of magic now began to burn. At this time, Lulling spread his hands out to fully unite the skills towards Fiai Ra. Orion magic would gradually make AT bigger, and the spiritual power and Aura made its wings stronger. Fiora used its feet to hold a cho, while he stroked a T and praised. Now it looks more like a phoenix. Right. On the opposite side, the black dragon roared madly. In Lo's heart he was almost certain. AT's reacting to the phoenix's energy. That is its enemy. At that time, the beast mage began to be curious about his background. The owner of the phoenix. What is your Ryu identity? Lula retorted. If you tell me where you got Fa Fenai, I will answer you. His words successfully angered him. A fireball filled with dark energy appeared in the black dragon's mouth. You even know about the monsters from the time of the riots. I will definitely not let you live. LQ hovered under Fiara and pointed his sword at the black dragon. Fiara. AT's coming. At that time, AT stretched its neck high and used dark energy to make the ball in its mouth bigger and bigger. At the tip of his sword, the ball was slowly transferring a stream of power to AT. Phoenix breath, luminous secret technique, and the black dragon had begun to spit a powerful flame towards Lu. Immediately, he also pointed his sword at AT in response. Two opposing streams of magic intersected, creating a large explosion. After resisting for a while, Lu's eyebrows furrowed. He gritted his teeth. Looks like it's a difficult case. Seeing this, the beast mage in Sen's form smiled triumphantly. Let us end the match. Suddenly, the black dragon stopped fighting, its body writhing in pain. He did not understand what was happening. Lul also gaped in surprise. He secretly speculated in his heart. The original body was attacked. Is his spiritual power weakening? Without time to think anymore, Lulum increased the power into the stream of magic. AT quickly shot straight towards the black dragon. AT was injured unwillingly but only managed to stutter a few words. This guy. Before he could finish speaking, the black dragon's body was pierced by countless shining streams of magic. Then AT completely exploded. Fio and Aloto above only quietly watched. This ending made him very satisfied. Lula looked at AT and encouraged. Good job, Fiora. Let us go back. After speaking, Ada suddenly became smaller again as before, and he hovered in the air with his eyes wide open in a daze. A moment later, Lelant regained his senses. His face drained of blood. He fell freely to a forest nearby. In another place, the beast mage was sitting cross-legged on a tree stump, his voice filled with anger. You have gone too far. Hero candidate. Let us end AT. But before he could act, a light flashed causing him to pay attention. Next, the beast mage was suppressed by a huge source of power. At this time, he had to bend Ju Vete and could not see the person in front. Who? Sejin was the one who cast the control magic. Herod spoke to satisfy his curiosity. This is for you, Tata Rut Beast Mage. With just that, he had recognized the identities of the two pillars of Lumeron. The beast mage's whole body began to move. A stream of dark energy also flew up. Inside that stream of dark energy were countless eyes and mouths intertwined grotesquely. Too bad. We have to move to the next time. However, AT jumped out of the control circle and landed on the ground. Then AT slowly disappeared. Only a bit of dark energy remained in that place. Sejin gently landed on the ground. Lost track of him. Herod next to him just stood quietly and watched. It seems they have really started to act. His hand collected all the stones and remaining dark energy. Yes. Realizing that the surrounding atmosphere was now unusually gloomy, Herod's voice was worried. Lumeron is no longer safe. As for Liu, he was falling freely with Phi Ra to the forest. Lil looked at IT and said worriedly, Fia Ra, return to the world of summoned beasts. But then in front of him, a dragon wing stretched blocking the sunlight. AIT seems someone is coming. Look cool. The dragon's mouth held the hem of his clothes. The voice rang again. Are you okay? Eluka looked up and saw a smile that could not be more familiar. Professor Yura. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we did not come too late. Then Yura and the dragon took Luk-Ho away from the forest. In a dark cave, Beast Mage was using dark magic to heal the monsters. The continuous events that occurred differently from his original intention made the Beast Mage recognize. It is not easy. Do I have to stop just because of one hero candidate? Another Beast Mage, holding his injured arm, approached. He is not an ordinary hero candidate. His voice became more serious. He is the one who made a contract with the Phoenix. Because of that, the Beast Mage felt even more excited. Is not 8. Things are getting more interesting. Returning to the academy, Eliko was walking on the sunny corridor of the school. He walked and pondered. The midterm practical exam of the summoning department was immediately cancelled. Not only that, another ending that no one wanted happened, and Senliu died. Elov approached a room and opened the door to enter. Inside, Len was standing on the podium with his eyes closed and his arms crossed to rest. He stepped inside with a heavy heart. This incident has made the new students more aware of the danger of the dungeon. Everyone was curious about the true nature of Fa Finai that Senliu had contracted with, but 4 people, including Livid, had followed Professor Yura's orders, keeping AT a secret after realizing AT was a subspecies of the black wyvern. At that time, Kiyoshi and Car turned their faces to recognize his presence. Lu glanced UV and his eyes met Chi Lu's. Looking at her hair, he felt a little sorry. Kaka Lu. Then she avoided Lu's gaze and walked away. You stayed up all night. You do not look well. He could not say anything and just quietly watched Chepalu walk to her seat. Her eyes were dark and tired. At this time, Len's voice rang, breaking the somber atmosphere in the room. No one is absent. The last person has arrived. He stood on the podium and reminded. All right. Pay attention. Today, everyone must have prepared the original technique to express themselves. Len kept glancing his eyes at the students sitting below. It would be a pity if I were the only one to see this wonderful magic. While he was talking non-stop, there was a pair of feet waiting behind the door. So I am introducing 3 more people who will participate in this event with us. These 3 people, 3 years ago. The first person to appear was a short-haired girl, wearing glasses and looking very mature, graduated from the magic department of Lumeron and is everyone's senior. Rilda Fedney. Next was a pot-bellied man. His whole body was the dominant bright green. Fidman Sla. And finally, a woman with orange hair that reached her back. She crossed her arms and smiled confidently. Shin Hughes. Len said the closing remarks of the introduction. And today, they will be the judges to evaluate everyone. They stepped in and sent greetings. It's a pleasure to meet you juniors. The students below also said in unison. Hello. Below. Car turned to whisper to Lovuchu according to his intuition. Why do I feel like they will be lenient with the scoring? On the contrary, he could not trust those unfounded words. Will they really be lenient? At this time, Len spoke to start with the first student. Ileana Layden, please step forward, she answered loudly. All right. Then Lioness stepped onto the podium, facing the 3 judges and him. Her eyes were sparkling, showing no signs of worry at all. Hello, seniors? Car heard Ileana's watery voice and his body stiffened. Even the hairs on his head stood up. I am Anna Layden from Class 5. It's a pleasure to meet you. Having said that, she fired a stream of magic high into the air. The judges looked up with interest. Ileana explained further. My main attribute is light. Even Rilda had to exclaim. So you have a mana attribute, she said while summoning another flame in her hand. If you add physical techniques, along with the attribute, the magic flower, to such a light attribute, the stream of magic suddenly appeared with spots of light as if fireworks. Ileana stood in the middle of the light. She seemed to radiate brilliant light. Shin's eyes could not take away from Ileana. In contrast to that, Aiden's voice made her disappointed. Is not Aiden just like the existing laser magic? Then he held a pen and kept writing something, making Ileana worried. Finally, Aiden filled in the most important box to assess the student's ability. Rilda gave the result to Len next to her. Immediately, he issued a notification. Ileana Layden, C-. While Len was shouting loudly. All right. Next. The students around were whispering. They gave her a C-. What? So difficult. Let us drop. The next person also shared the same result. Smith Rudbeckia. Another person was no better. But when it was Car's turn, it seemed that he had been rated higher. Car Thamet, B+. And not to disappoint everyone, Kiyosa's performance was relatively excellent. Kiyosa Lulin. Quite satisfied with the result, the girl and Car were overjoyed. In contrast, Shin's face was thoughtful. Not bad, but too bad. And Rilda was no different. Professor Ren said that this year's scholarship students are not ordinary, but ATs really. And Aiden glanced at the student information board to look for hope. Let us see. The remaining students. After flipping through for a while, there was nothing that made him pay attention. This batch is really just average. As soon as Len's voice rang out, a slow foot stepped onto the podium. Next, he stood on the podium with a face as cold as ice. A bull Llewellyn. That created Avad's own unique style, making the female students infatuated. All 3 judges and Len looked up at the podium, looking forward to this performance. His hand held chalk and wrote quickly on the board. The name of the advanced magic I will perform is Hurricane. Everyone did not take their eyes off Avad. The expected level of danger upon completion is He turned his face down and was serious while his hand kept writing. Is at the highest level. Returning to the time before at the Lulin family's estate. A large cube, with one person in the center. The rest stood on 4 sides. In one corner, Chilu cast her signature magic. Next to her, Kiyosai did the same. Gradually, Aved also felt the power surging inside his body. He was lifted up by a stream of magic surrounding him. Then, Aved shouted and cast magic. He pointed upwards. The power exploded. A dazzling light appeared. That source of power turned into a tornado aimed straight at the place where Avad was standing. At this time, an uninvited deer also curiously observed. At was immediately taken by him to control the wind and wrap At inside. Suddenly his eyes lit up, his face full of murderous intent. You. Seeing this, the deer could not move to escape. At showed hesitation. The deer's fear diminished when Avid gently supported At down with both hands. While the deer licked his cheek as a thank you, he warmly asked, "Are you okay?" Returning to the podium, in Avad's hand there was only a small tornado. The spell has maximized the power of the wind. Rilda gave the result to Len and this time her voice seemed very satisfied. Ada looks simple. But this is a special magic of the physical system that is difficult to implement. Without making everyone wait long, he immediately announced the result. A Llewellyn. A plus. Kios's face was too proud, as expected of my younger brother. And then, the most anticipated moment of the day had arrived. Len's face could not hide his excitement. All right. Next. He called the next person's name. Lova also followed and stood proudly on the podium. A love. The chandelier above also shone a dazzling light to illuminate his performance. Alo's eyes went straight to the judges and introduced. The magic I will perform is... Q's figure appeared in his mind. This is a non-attribute physical technique system. A student heard this and whispered, "What is that? I have never heard of that concept before." Lul explained gently, "All current magic has a technique to express the attribute." Right. Shin also agreed with his opinion. Of course, that is the minimum requirement to cast any magic. Is not 8. Lu's face was full of confidence. My physical technique system can be compared to other techniques. Well, Rilda was not believing her ears. What? Aiden also doubted. How can there be such a ridiculous thing? At this time, Shin made her judgment. So you mean you want to create a new magic system? Lula decisively answered, "That is right," and Len stood on this side with a proud face. This kid must become a mage. Aiden slapped the table and showed dissatisfaction. Too disappointed. Look, cool. We did not come here to listen to this nonsense. But immediately after he was interrupted by Len. I really want to see AT. He could not hide his emotions anymore, constantly urging Lua, quickly show the technique. Thanks to that, Rilda propped her chin and was also a little expectant. All right, let us see. He held chalk and wrote continuously on the board. The neat letters. The neat rows of letters were presented by him very attractively. Rilda spoke to remind Lush, Jr. In history, there has only been one mage who possessed a physical technique system that made special techniques. He bluntly retorted, making her feel uncomfortable. Yes, the founder of Nebula. Luna. Next was Shin's voice. She also showed disbelief in this Dong student. So you mean you want to stand on par with that person? You think you are a mage who can be compared with the founder of the star pattern? Do you think you are a mage who can be compared with the founder of the netherworld? Still with that blunt attitude, Lolo's eyes glanced slightly at Shin sitting. No way. I can't compare to Luna, Lady Li. This opinion made him unable to refute. Yes, Lady Lu is an outstanding mage. Lully stopped writing and happily presented. But to create a physical technique system does not require the proficiency like hers. He emphasized each word, making Shin widen her eyes in surprise. Lady Li. And then she saw that the board was full of Ovo's writing. Below, Rilda crossed her arms. Looking suspicious. You are not just talking nonsense. Right. Ada seemed that Aiden was also skeptical. Looking at the structure you wrote, Ada seems that any magic can be used without any disadvantages. Carr watched for a long time and only knew how to sit back helplessly. Even I do not understand that technique. I give up. In contrast to him, Chao-Lu looked thoughtful and pondered. Aiden still had some doubts and asked, Love, why did you create this magic system? Then he answered decisively without any hesitation. To be able to freely use all the magic that exists in the world. These words made him happy. He really is a talented junior. Now I understand why the teachers value him. Aiden showed interest. So what is this special technique called? He raised his hand. A stream of magic appeared from his palm. It is Origin Bible. This name made Shin unconsciously realize. Q's mysterious image appeared. In history, there was only one person who used Itai. That was the magic system established by the hero Ku. At this time, she had abandoned all doubts about him. Shin smiled and wrote on the results board. It seems that a log can prove that Ku really exists. Finally finished, she immediately gave it to Len. He looked at the result sheet and smiled very satisfied. A love. Then Aldo put his hands in his pockets and quietly left, a technique that was not even perfect in Q's time. He looked down at Lu standing up. This time, her face was cold and did not show any emotion. She just walked away. Observing for a while, Ul also realized that something was wrong. Lu, are you okay? When she stood on the podium, Len's voice rang. Oh. Currently, there is only one person left to present. Lu Muller. Rilda was looking forward to her performance. I heard you are an excellent student in the practice class of the magic department. What have you prepared? Junior. Then Lu glared, her voice a bit sieprip pie. The special technique I have prepared is. A dazzling flame burst in her hand. A type of fire magic. Everyone around was noisy. What kind of fire? Is not that Lu's ice fire? And Chios's face was a bit awkward. Can two different attributes really be combined as a special technique? The words outside did not affect her much. But the judges began to sneer and despise. Ada looks ordinary. It seems that your level will be like the first two. Only Rilda was impatient. She pulled out the results sheet and intended to write immediately. If that is all, then there is no need to watch anymore. Your point is, suddenly Lu's voice rang. Oh. Interrupting Rilda. Now. She waved her hand high and summoned a stream of water. I will show everyone the true value of this magic. Then Lu snapped her fingers. The stream of water instantly poured down towards the hand holding the fire. Seeing this, the hearts of Sai and Love Yicho shared the same thought. It won't be extinguished. Right. A judge spoke. You have made the flame immortal. At this time she showed a satisfied smile. Yes. After that, Lu clenched her hand. The flame also gradually extinguished. As long as I do not stop, the flame will not be extinguished. She held chalk and presented on the board. Next to that, Aiden was constantly thinking in his heart. Magic is a law made up of formulas. Any magic will disappear if not enough magic power is provided at the same time. Below, the students carefully looked at the board with admiring eyes. At this time, when he saw that smug smile of hers, he had a different thought than at the beginning. But Chekalu has made the technique not move. Aiden's sweat poured and could not help but question, how is AT possible? After only a moment, she had finished presenting and put the chalk down. The name of my special technique is. Chekalu turned to the judges with a smug face. Immortal fire. But Lova looked serious, suspecting that AT could not be like that. At this time, Len had received the result sheet in his hand. He looked at AT and read loudly. Chekalu Muller. While she showed a satisfied smile, Lolo's eyes drooped with concern. Immortal fire. Even Looney would have to give way. Because there was only one entity that could create eternal fire. Ending. Elam hurriedly walked out of the door and left. His face still carried something very tense. Lou's footsteps were blocked by Asilai outside the door. He is probably sleeping. He said he will go to bed early because he could not sleep at all during the exam. Then he turned and left. Then that is it. I am leaving. LQ had only taken a few steps when he was stopped and asked, has anything happened to Cheplu lately? Immediately, he turned back to look at Eslaya. Huh. Her face showed a lot of annoyance. I feel like she has been quite sensitive lately. Then Eslaya slowly recounted the stories surrounding Kautlu recently. She also had some conflicts with her classmates. There are rumors that she is even seeing some bad boys in the magic department. After finishing, Ella returned to the room to sit and wait when a familiar flame flew UUVA. From inside the flame, the adorable Flora appeared and called him. Lulu's face lit up. He stroked IT and asked, how was IT? Suddenly, a human voice was emitted in this empty room, making Lo pay attention. Did you call me? Farina appeared with flames surrounding her brilliantly. A love.